Excuse me. I made a stream called Elon Dickler.
We meet that ultimate timeline that each and every one of us will go, and then we get the book of answers that kind of goes along with it. It's like once you die, you get to play Jeopardy. The category Bigfoot. What is Bigfoot? That's just kind of the way it is. Welcome to Death Jeopardy with your host, Alex Trebek. Anyways, because that now works. We could use that, right? But I just look at it where people are getting way too emotional over these topics to the point where they are doxing people. They are getting into people's personal lives. And really, we're all doing this for free, man. Well, the majority of us, if not, for, less than minimum wage, way less than minimum wage. At what point do we have to bring reality in, saying, really, just because you don't like my work, you're going to dox me, my family, and everything like that? It's just a scary world out there, man.
Yeah, it can be troublesome sometimes. Some people within that are in the community do seem to have an agenda for trying to bring other people down. I've seen that way too many times for years. I got a goddamn you. I just wish that we get to the point at some point where we're less hesitant about working together and finding answers.
Very true. Very true. And Lon Strickler and Strange Days returns right after this. When we return, I'm going to ask Lon if all of these phenomena are tied together on Spaced Out Radio.
Welcome to Spaced Out Radio, Elon Dickler.
There we go. We are clear. We are clear. Yeah, I just can't believe everything that's kind of going on with that. It's amazing. Just amazing.
How you doing,
John? Yeah, because of social media and everything, there's so many avenues for people to express their thoughts and such. People that go out like I do, or others who get online and post stuff, and we really open ourselves up to a lot of criticism. Mm-hmm. And not that it bothers me much more, but we do.
I had a couple people about a week ago trying to come after me on Twitter because of the comment I made about, can we stop the proof argument? And, what they try and do is they try and get you into these online fights and online conversations looking for that aha gotcha moment. And, because
online conversations looking for that aha gotcha moment.
Oh, God, that guy sounds good.
And sorry about that.
That's okay. And I just said, look, I don't do that. Yeah. If you want to talk to me and ask my perspective, I'll give you my phone number.
Right.
I'll give you my phone number and let's talk it out the way humans do. We're not going to do this garbage on Twitter where you're going to take one word of my sentence and try and cause a lot of havoc. I don't play that game. I don't. And I offered my number to 2 people. They never wanted it.
Wait, John. Wait.
And I was like, okay, then I'm done. Because I'm not playing the online Twitter battle.
Right.
Nobody wins. Nobody wins.
No, I'm the same way. I refuse to I try to stay out of these online battles as much as I possibly can. And I'm like you. If they want to argue, give me a call. You know, if you want to talk about it on the phone, mano to mano, I mean, fine. I don't care. You know, when I used to do the shows, radios a decade ago, when I first started, I was pretty combative. I mean, I would go after people. But after a while, you know, that just got old. But I know there's a lot of times when I just put out there the way I thought. I kind of learned since then, you know, my opinions just aren't the opinion. I mean, you know, but now I'm kind of the opposite. I let everybody express what they want to do, you know, however they want to do it. Now, of course, I'm not going to, you know, say I post something, I have a Reddit subreddit for the show, for my blog, and I'm just not going to let anybody come on there and say anything they want to. I mean, you know, but as far as posting stuff on Facebook or on Twitter or wherever, yeah, I mean, I discuss it with them in private, but I don't like getting in those internet battles.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's not fun. It really isn't fun, and nobody wins. You know, there's
no. I got enough problems. I don't need to be. I don't need that.
Right? I know the feeling.
What's up, Lunar Sparkles?
I know the feeling, my man. Know the feeling all too well. We got just under a minute.
Welcome,
to go.
Elon Dickler, to the house.
Gong Show. If you're playing my show live, at least let me know. You weirdo. Oh, that's all right. I love the guy.
Is the weather breaking up there, Andy?
Yeah, dude, it is getting warm. Like we can officially see pavement. I can't see the backyard. It's still got 2.5 feet of snow. Yesterday, I had to get my two buddies over to help me get my Jeep out of my backyard or at the bottom end of my driveway. So my Jeep is back running, and I'm going to get it ready for Sasquatch in here. Here we go, everyone. Next half hour starts now.
How the fuck does he know that I'm screaming Elon Dickler, dude? Oh my god.
Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed
I'm gonna stop
screen
screen sharing if he doesn't want me to do it. He said it's okay, but I don't know.
/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com.
Oh my god.
Spaced Out Radio.
What the fuck? Wait, I'm on freaking live stream. Oh my god, what the fuck? I'm glad he didn't cover the room. He'd be like, what the fuck, dude? My dad was just like all naked. He was like, wow. I was like, what the fuck? Oh my god. What the fuck? Fucking zombie apocalypse. Elon Dickler. Woo.
Paranormal, of course, but different than what they had, they had experience. They don't make the connection. I think more and more people are making the connection. And are recording it. Work with an individual.
Elon Dickler.
They'll report the incident. They'll talk about the incident. They'll say what happened. And then after a while, they, after you get comfortable with them, or they get
Word up, Star Brother G. Hey.
They will make like a side mention that, and something else happened. And it's like, well, tell us about it. Maybe it had some connection with what happened to you. And that does happen. It does happen. And, a lot of times when people who are focused on certain phenomena like Bigfoot, investigators, when these other parts of the story come out, a lot of times they'll just ignore it. They don't want to be involved with that other aspect of the story. But
Brother G.
no, I think people are starting to recognize that the paranormal is just not singular.
Brother G, boy. Elon Dickler. Where'd you find this? Damn, son, where'd you find this? Star Brother G. Hey, man. We're the Star Brother G's, man.
DJ Smokey, DJ Smokey, DJ Smokey, DJ Smokey.
Smoked out, Positive Squad.
He went from Positive Squad to nuclear.
Shadow Wizard Buddy Gang. We love casting spells. If you're listening to the song, you are shadow cursed for eternity.
Welcome, Elon Dickler, to the house.
We make your eardrums bleed.
Welcome, Elon Dickler.
Nuke Radio.
Nuke Radio.
This song is sponsored by the Shadow Government.
Yeah, rip that case, dude. Riding in that purple thing with that purple drain. Riding in that purple thing.
Nuking is now legal.
Dick, where the motherfucking crib. Elon Dick, where the show. Fucking Elon Dick, where Hey, where are you at? Riding in that purple thing. Purple spaceship thing. Maglev purple thing.
Stuff has been reported, but there are areas where there are a lot of things that go on. I mean, here in Pennsylvania, we probably have about 5 or 6 very
What's on the
small
platter
areas
star, brother G?
We've got all kinds of activity going on in
Smoking that lava commando.
Yeah, I mean, it's not unusual. And I think a lot of these places have gained more of a reputation as time is going on. So, of course, when we hear something going on in that area, it doesn't surprise us because we keep getting reports all the time. Just like here in Pennsylvania, of course, we have the Chestnut Ridge area, which is a large area, but, you know, it's a specific ridge that runs almost 80 to 100 miles, but there's a lot of activity on the whole ridge. Micho State Forest and Gettysburg are very similar, very close to each other. A lot goes on there.
What's on the platter star, brother G?
Worldwide.
On the platter star,
Out of all
brother G.
these areas
Lava
that are
fucking rolling up my weed.
Do we really have a
Warning,
grasp
nuke music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul.
how to look
It's
into
been
these
so many
places?
years that you've been
We
gone.
know how
I
to
doing
investigate.
right, but
I
they
mean,
say that I
Skinwalker
doing
Ranch is
wrong.
obviously
Pull up in
different
that vet, they like
because
nephew, you
they
dead
Lava
wrong.
commando
Got your
sativa.
head
But I mean,
Nuke radio.
frames on my
think we're
face like
investigating
usual.
properly.
She like nothing. I ain't asking
Probably
shit, how I'm
not.
using you. Got up off the drink,
I hear
started
about a
feeling
lot of places all
unusual.
the
Don't tell
time
me
from
that
people
you
who swear and there's a lot going on, but
What the fuck?
it's not
Hey,
necessarily
hold up.
someplace where
These
everybody
motherfuckers
wants to
do
go
not
to.
know
Bing
who they
Bong
fucking
Show.
with.
Deals into.
I gotta tell them who it is.
Yeah, I mean, but no, I'm quite sure there's places out there that people don't even know about, or just a few people know about it. The word doesn't get out. Maybe that's the way they want it. They want to keep it silent.
Welcome, Elon Dickler.
Rooting around
I
and
doing right, but they
you
say
know,
that I doing wrong. Pull up in that vet, they like
making
nephew, you dead
making
wrong. Got your head out.
the area
Type of shit is
popular,
Holy shit.
Frames on my
politicized,
face
so
like
others are
usual.
going in there
She like
and
nothing.
doing
I ain't
things they
asking shit,
really
how I'm using you. Got up
that
off the
has
drink,
happened
stomach
before
feeling.
too.
You're in the right place for shitty music.
You know,
Fat
a
Dick
lot
Tickler.
of people who I've worked with in the past, still work with, have their own areas they consider research areas where they concentrate their work at. But they're very
We just broke through the fourth wall. The fourth wall.
Gas to the pedal, teacups and kettles. Too nerd, never known, too way out. I'm too fourth wall, find a new way out. 50 MGs, watch me melt to the ground. Gas to the pedal, teacups and kettles. Too nerd, never known, too way out. I'm too fourth wall, find a new way out. 50 MGs, watch me melt to the ground. My girl so sweet, but she hold me out. My girl so sweet, but she hold me down. Went from third to designer on the clothing now. Couple racks ain't shit, watch me bust
Holy
more.
shit.
I can't say enough, a couple years I've been the best out. Salmon color extra blade, I'm tryna catch more trout. Water fountain, how she acting when I walk out. Mr. Ross Brown fit, looking like the Cub Scout. I like the big Chicago Cubs clubhouse. Existential thoughts. Sarcophagus stepping, I know the leather be raw. Resurrect up in this bitch, teach you to crawl. Titanium mouthpiece. piece just to look like Jaws. She 3 Titan, fell in love with the cars. Motor City Magic, trick the exhaust like playing cards. Backseat tugging, bitch, please don't say it all.
Radio.
Gas to the pedal, teacups and kettles. Too nerd, never know I'm too way out. I'm too fourth wall, find a new way out. 50 MGs, watch me melt to the ground. My girl so sweet, but she hold me out. My girl so sweet, but she hold me down. Gas to the pedal, teacups and kettles. Too nerd, never know I'm too way out. I'm too fourth wall, find a new way out. 50 MGs, watch me melt to the ground.
Holy shit, this is my garbage, but I can't stop listening. Nuke Radio.
You do better beating your dick with your hand chopped off. That shit more likely.
Nuke.
And lots of mysteries, especially areas that have mysteries as well. You know, some of these hotspots.
Do you know what terror is?
Hello. Do you live here? Nobody lives here.
Real terror.
Nuke Radio.
Yo, smoke crack! Yo, smoke crack! Hell yeah.
How long has it
I smoke crack every day, man.
Awesome streams. Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
I smoke crack. I smoke crack. I smoke crack.
Awesome. 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 Awesome.
I smoke crack with the police. Straight up. I don't give a fuck. I smoke crack with the FBI and the police and the Pentagon, man. I don't give no fuck.
One day, Michael, this rage which drives you, you think if you kill them all, it will go away.
Awesome. Awesome.
It won't. You have to fight it in the place where it's strongest, where it all began.
Nuclear warfare has been legalized. $500 million from the Pentagon for a UFO surveillance program. My boy Price Bob is the head of it. It's called Hawkeye 360. Hawkeye 360, $500 million. We got a UFO surveillance program. Hey, then we got my boy Dean Heron. He got $15 million. Study UFOs and computers, and we sent up a hyperspectral satellite on SpaceX Falcon 9 last month. Elon Dickler. I'm puffing on that crack with Elon Dickler. I'm poking on that grass. Keep my stick up. Yeah, I'm talking about keeping my dick up.
The shadow people are in your walls.
I saw the boogeyman. I saw him outside. There was nobody outside.
I love these people in here, man.
Was.
These people in my chat room are the best. They're the best community, man. You're smoking crack, fucking saying Star Brothers Jr. Smoking crack all day long. Fuck yeah, this is hard. Hell yeah. Fucking gang, yeah, son.
that what was living behind that boy's eyes was pure something evil.
This is no dream. This is a nightmare on
Posse.
New Radio.
Warning, nuke music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul.
Music may damage your eardrums.
Nuke. Подожди, а ты точно бэк
Rock with DMT. Hey, the head of the head of the Air Force Blue Book program, Project Blue Book. They got me on the DMT, man. Which is crazy.
So I keep the cow, Julie in my lap, keep one in my left, and she in my ear, the devil in my ear. Don't need either one there. I just need some new hoe like some chili there. Why bleed my way? That hoe give me faith. It ain't no debate. I got perfect taste. We ain't doing this. I ain't bumping Drake. Bitch, I'm being steak. All my niggas great. Lobster on my plate. Bitches in my face. Keep it 38. Diamonds out the lane. All you niggas funny, man. Y'all make me laugh. I'm jigging snap cash. Bitch, I'm so fucking advanced. Bitch, I'm the man. Rolling.
Nuke Radio.
You close your eyes. The nightmare begins.
Just a dream, he's a dream.
This song is a war crime.
What team you guys repping? I'm repping posse shit, purple posse. Purple posse shit.
Mr. Poopy Butthole.
On one hand, the corner pulsates with life, the energy of human beings trying to make it to the next stage. But also, it's a place of death, be it the slow death of the
Call the fire department. We just nuked the building.
Everybody hate life cause they ain't rich. Robbing out of town niggas cause they pussy shit. The only time you fucking hold on me little deal is when you ride in the Benz on some fly shit. Everybody hate life cause they ain't rich. Robbing out of town niggas cause they pussy shit. The only time you fucking hold on me little deal is when you ride in the Benz on some fly shit. But these stupid assholes cause they hate shit. They get killed here too cause they suck dick. Better keep your eyes open and live for this shit. This shit hell, man, these niggas here shoot you quick. But these stupid assholes cause they hate shit. They get killed here too cause they suck dick. Better keep your eyes open and live for this shit. This shit hell, man, these niggas here shoot you quick.
This song is sponsored by the Shadow Government. Alcoholic mixtapes. Shadow Wizard Buddy Gang. We love casting spells.
Music Radio.
There is a new sight and sound to terror.
please, God.
This is God.
An unstoppable terror never known before. A terror that comes looking for you in your dreams, turning his hunting ground into your worst nightmare.
Comes Freddy.
The horror begins when you close your eyes to reality and enter a nightmare on Posse.
Radio.
Alcoholic mixtapes.
What team you guys repping? I'm repping Posse shit. Purple Posse. Purple Posse shit.
Duke. Wait, New King's actually kind of hot.
Hey, welcome Elon Dickler. Welcome Elon Dickler, everybody.
And Lon, we love it when you're here. Thank you so much for joining us, my man.
Glad to be here, dude.
Holy shit.
Long time. And, of course, you know, the giant wings. And, you know, it's been a couple months since we had you here. How's our run on Psychic Vermont, man?
You know, the last one that we had reported to us was back in early February. And I don't think we've had any since then. You know, of course, we had all those sightings out by O'Hara with the firemen and such. But then it kind of slowed back, and we did have this one interesting sighting out in
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
It was in the Little Village neighborhood, an area where we've had a lot of sightings. But this was kind of interesting because what happened was, it was in the evening, it was February 5th, 2023. It was in the Little Village neighborhood these kids would use that area to do skateboarding. And apparently, as they were out there skateboarding near this restaurant, the bakery restaurant, they looked across the way, and on top of the discount mall, which was about 150 feet away, they saw these glowing red eyes. And this winged humanoid was on top of this building. Now, as they continued watching it, it eventually took off and, it made some screeching sounds and then disappeared. But this report was sent into Manuel, who's one of our investigators. And it was kind of interesting for the fact that, once again, we've got another sighting in Little Village, which is a predominantly Hispanic neighborhood. It's the 8th sighting that we have had there since we've started recording sightings. And there was multiple witnesses. I think there were 3 or 4 of these young adults or teenagers around there. And so that was the last sighting we got. But yeah, that was a pretty interesting sighting. And once again, here we are getting sightings in the city again, as opposed to out of O'Hara. So who knows? I mean, but no, that's the last one we've got. Now, I know that
nuking is now
I know that
worldwide.
Has been busy looking into a few reports, so I don't think there's anything consequence or anything that we can read credence into. But of course, we need to screen it through them and pick up the but this is the most recent credible sighting we've had.
So the kids who witnessed this were they just all stop and stare at this thing?
Yeah, they did. One of them happened to see it. It was big enough. I mean, at 150 foot distance, that's pretty good distance. It's at night, 11 o'clock at night, and the red eyes around. They had been pretty bright. The size of it was probably about 7 foot height, had large wings. They couldn't get too much detail with it because of the distance. But the red eyes definitely seen it.
How do we know it's not just somebody putting a mannequin around in Chicago that stands 7 feet high and playing tricks on people?
Well, I don't know. I guess someone could come up with that scenario. But when they take flight and start flying around the parking lot,
And we should be proud of nuclear war.
and this thing watched them as it flew up. It was actually flew above them and was staring down at them as it went by. So I think that's tricky. That would come in a few tricks. But yeah, I think maybe some people have tried maybe faking these things. But none of the sightings that we have credible seem to be in that hill.
Now, the idea that, these sightings keep popping up, are the people who are seeing them, do they have any ties to the creature whatsoever? Or are these just random folk who are having this extraordinary experience?
No, these are normally just random people who have the experience. A lot of times they have no idea that this has been going on. It's something out of the ordinary.
Love casting spells.
And yeah, I mean, this is one thing that's kind of been a major factor to all of us have been investigating is that the randomness of the sightings, the people, the locations. Then certain locations seem to be have multiple sightings, like we said, with the Little Village area, Lincoln Park, and of course O'Hara. then we get all this randomness in it as well. And then when you talk to people, they have no idea that this has been going on for years throughout the Chicago area. And they contact you because they went on Google and may have put in their wing bean, red eyes, or something to that effect, and it comes up. And of course, Manuel, living in Chicago, he's got it out there on a lot of the community boards and such, so people contact him.
Yeah, no kidding. And why wouldn't they? I mean, considering this is something that they've never seen before. Now, I know I've asked you this in the past, but I'll ask you again, like even with these young lads who saw the creature at 11 o'clock at night back in April, did it pose any threat to them?
No.
Making sounds.
Other than some screeching sounds, every once in a while we will get a report that seems like the creature is holding its ground, but no real threats. I think the people are shocked when they see it. Some people may interpret it as being threatening, but out of all the sightings that we've had since 2011, I can only name 2 maybe, where there seems to be a little bit of regression, but it was nothing changing.
That's good. This creature, when it does come out, I mean, it doesn't seem to matter the season. It could be spring, it could be summer, fall, winter, whatever it may be. For you, as someone who is looking into this, what kind of patterns have you noticed regarding the way this creature seems to act?
We get asked that a lot. Do we see patterns? Do we see develop? Just like I had the map out that plots all of the sightings in the areas. Do we see any, similarities? The only similarities that we have are the randomness. Some of the locations are more heavy in sightings than others, and that for the most part these creatures are very similar to each other. Because I believe there are way more than just 3, 4, 5. I think these things, I think they're interdimensional. I think multiples come out occasionally. There's no real pattern. Nothing that I can really say is concrete. The only thing I think I mentioned to you this the last time I was on, maybe I didn't. But one thing that we have established is that more than 50% of the sightings that we have received have been reported by Hispanics. I think that's amazing.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I don't know if it has something to do with the culture, folklore thing behind it. I don't know. I just don't know. But these beings seem to. I mean, are they able to see it as opposed to everybody? Are they more open-minded because of their culture? I don't know. I mean, that's something we're starting to look into. But I dug into that about 3 or 4 months ago. I was wondering, we had all these sightings in the little village area. We had all these sightings at O'Hara, where a lot of the people who work in the cargo areas are Hispanic. But nonetheless, I went and looked back on sightings all over the general area where we've been reported to us, and more than 50% have been reported by people who have Hispanic nationality.
Do you think this creature is doing that on purpose?
Possibly. We have that's we looked into all kinds of different theories, and the fact that they may be able to allow themselves seen by certain people. I'm not discounting that. It seemed, a lot of times we have had instances where there would be a lot of people in an area and just certain people would see it. Does it allow itself to be seen by specific people, by certain people? Maybe it is.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
That they are thought forms or tulpas that we have created through our exposure to mass media and social media. Lots of people all thinking of the same creatures at the same time.
That I can kind of agree with that argument. But early on, people didn't know anything about this thing, and a lot of people were reporting it. Even as time has gone on, there have been witnesses who had no idea what this thing was. So I can't necessarily say it could get off from our token. Of course, that's something else we have looked into. I just don't think in this instance that applies. Now, I'm not saying that cryptids that may very well be tulpas or cult forms. Yeah, I mean, I think that's absolutely possible. But in this instance, with what's going on with these winged humanoids, I just don't think that's the case.
Do you think then that these creatures are attracted to certain people of certain ages? Like, are we seeing senior citizens seeing them? Is it a younger crowd that's seeing, say, the 18 to 34 crowd?
Yeah, it's all different age groups, socioeconomic. You have people rich, poor, professional, non-professional. It runs the gamut. I mean, we were at 160 sightings, and you can't really go in there and say that there's any distinguishing factor for what people see. It's just so very
Right. I mean, I always wonder about wanting to see these
Shadow Nuclear Wizards, pledge your souls to the Shadow God.
to make things happen regarding, having, how can we put it, having, the urge to try and be that experiencer. I'm not saying on a tulpa level, but I'm saying like if somebody's dabbling with a Ouija board or into the paranormal or stuff, I mean, I'm wondering if there's a connection between that.
I think some people have tried that. Oh, I have no doubt they have. I can't necessarily pinpoint where that has happened. There have been cases where I believe that, the human mind's a strange thing. I mean, it's interesting, some of the things that human mind can manifest. Talk about poltergeist or something like that. Right. That's all mind manifested phenomena.
Well, let me
I think it's very possible.
Let me add from these traditions. Up here, a lot of First Nations folklore believes that you don't see Sasquatch allows you to see.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if we're looking at almost the same type of thing with the Chicago Mothman.
It's very possible. It's very possible. I've been thinking along those lines for a long time. Especially like I said, when we got crowds and such, where only certain people see it, and yeah, I think it's very possible. I think with other cryptids as well.
Like who?
Bigfoot. Yeah, I think Bigfoot. I mean, I think if there have been some instances where a Bigfoot has been seen by an individual, has been allowed to be seen by an individual. I There have been times where I've talked to people who have had these creatures on their property or living around them, and nobody else in the family or nobody else other than them see them. But regardless of what they, regardless of what they tell me, I believe that they've actually seen it. I believe that they've had actual contact with it. I think that's very true. I think it can happen with all forms of, even ghosts. Even manifestation. You can say that they don't manifest to certain people.
Well, I mean, if you look at the tide of the Hispanic community regarding this, maybe that's something that we are seeing in the meantime. Maybe that's how it all ties in together. Speaking of Bigfoot, as we got 2.5 minutes to go here, we're getting into that season where, the northern half of North America is starting to unfreeze and we're starting to thaw and I'm so happy because it's now hoodie weather around here, man. So happy. We're getting into that season where a lot more people are going to be going down to the forest, maybe doing a little bit of an investigation. How have the Bigfoot reports been for you so far in 2023, 3 months in?
For me, it's been pretty slow. The Bigfoot reports overall have not been that, forthcoming. And most reports we get are not recent reports. A lot of times they're older reports. I talked to Stan Gordon about this not long ago, and I don't think he's been getting the amount of reports he has been getting more recently. UFO activity seems to be picking up more than anything else, but as far as Bigfoot, I just don't think there just hasn't been that many reports. These things seem to come in waves, man. I don't know why, but they do.
Do you think that it's just the type of time of year right now?
I don't know. Of course, when the weather breaks, people are out more, and they may see things that they wouldn't normally see if they were, but I don't know.
News or now legal.
I used to think that the Chicago sightings had something to do with weather and such. That's a year-round thing. And I think for most Christians it is.
I don't know.
That's a hard one to answer. If you took all the sightings and everything and categorized them with time of year and situation, maybe you could come up with a better answer. But I just haven't really seen anything locally or even anywhere else in the country that kind of indicates that at certain times of year where they show up.
Luke Radio, we make the best moms.
We'll see wherever they show up. When we return on Spaced Out Radio, we'll get to your questions, and we will continue this great conversation with Lon Strickler from phantomsandmonsters.com, where literally each week he gets hundreds if not thousands of emails of people coming in to touch and face-to-face with weird, strange creatures. They want to know what it's all about, so they turn to a guy like Lon to break it all down for them. Spaced Out Radio. Come back.
that with the old UFOs?
Holy shit!
Probably aliens.
No.
Call the fire department. We just nuked the building.
I know. By the way, I had to change my music at the end of the show.
What team you guys are at?
No more trumpet. Because the person who
Purple Posse shit.
which was off of YouTube previously, I guess decided to monetize his music. Yeah. And all of a sudden I've been hit with a raid of copyrights. So now we're having to go through and try and sort No, it sucks.
It does suck.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah. It sucks, man. Not gonna lie.
You know what happens after a nuke. Smoke.
ID Swagger. Filth, I think you need to draw more mullets. Run a mullet for me.
I think the next time I'm gonna draw a couple cartoons and just
Oh yeah. Hey Mac Geek, how you doing? Yeah. I wonder how Lon will look at that. Hey Mac Geek, how you doing?
Yeah, I did like
Flash a picture. You gotta flash a picture. There's a picture for your house of that.
I don't think I had a picture taken for obvious reasons.
This song is a war crime.
pictures up as we speak.
Yeah.
Scissors out and everything.
You got that right. You got that right.
Nuke Radio. We make your eardrums bleed.
It was kind of
Nuke Radio.
It was something my ex-wife had me get cut. It was back. Oh, I think it was like
You are now listening
late 70s.
to
Yeah, it didn't look good at all.
Purple Posse.
Is Robert there with you? Oh, there's Blob. There's Blob hanging on out. Little Blob. There's the Biz right there having a little nappy poo on Daddy Phil's legs.
So Dave, make sure when you get to Vegas, also make sure you bring that book because you get the vandalize it.
to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. I want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out Bumblefoot, read the newswire, check out our site as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out. Here we go, final half hour with our main man, Lon Strickler from phantomsofmonsters.com. Each and every month, Lon comes in at the end of the month, talk about all the weird and awesome strangers people are seeing around the world. It became when it comes to everything from aliens and UFOs to every monster lurking behind every tree and under every branch. Lon, out of 2023, what are some of the weird cases? Do you have any trolls, puckwudgies, witch sightings flying through the sky? What do you think?
Warning, new music may damage your eardrums and hurt your soul.
We had a lot of different stuff this year, but nothing really big that I call offhand. We had a few more Jersey Devil sightings as what we normally did for whatever reason. But as far as really weird stuff, it was kind of an off year 22.
Do you ever? Okay, let's even go back in history. Do you like the old fairy tale type of cryptids, like the trolls under the bridge, or Goat Man, or things like that?
Well, let's put it this way. I think they're based on actual phenomena. As I think most legends are, I think they are based on something that really did happen. Even not necessarily how it's described, but I think a lot of times it's based on real things. Just like the Glimmerman phenomenon, people say it's like they see these somewhat invisible creatures that remind them of the Predator, or aliens from the Predator movie. The person who wrote that, maybe they had something that happened to them or told to them that inspired that. I think a lot of that happened. I think a lot of the stuff we see in pop culture, as far as like movies and even in art and stuff, I think are based on maybe something that actually happened. So yeah, but I think legends. I think there are some ties with actual legends.
Do you ever look at a lot of these legends that are out there? Well, and let's take fairy tales, because fairy tales, we look at them as little child stories, but they seem to have a real darkness to it. I mean, whether it's Billy Goat's Gruff or Bring Around the Rosie, which is absolutely disgusting, by the way. If you really think about what the ashes are doing, falling on down. But I mean, the Headless Horseman in New York. I mean, are people really seeing trolls under the bridge, that are coming up and bothering them when they try to cross, or a Headless Horseman, or something along those lines?
Well, I think something happens that's somewhat unordinary, and then they kind of embellish on it. You talked about, the Headless Horseman, Washington Irving, and his tales. I think he had a very had a great imagination. The Grimm fairy tale, the Grimm brothers. I mean, you go back and read the actual stories themselves. They are pretty dark. I mean, they've been really censored to make them into children's fairy tales. But if you go back to the original writings, I mean, they are very dark. So, I think think all this stuff is based on some type of experience, not necessarily what it comes out in the wash, but I think it's based on something.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Now for you, how's the Dogman reports going?
Now we've been busy we were busy in Pennsylvania this year. There were 5 or 6 different sightings. We're getting ready to go into an investigation, more boots on the ground this spring out there at French Creek and areas around there. Of course, that's an area where Butch used to do the investigating at. You know, and I've said this before, it's interesting how this area where Butch swore there was activity did start picking up until he passes away, and now we had other witnesses. So, yeah, we're still looking into that. And Eastern Pennsylvania are pretty active. You know, this phenomenon is picking up, and we're getting in different places as well. So, and it's just not here; it's other places. Also, people are seeing these canine cryptids, not knowing really exactly what they are. I mean, we get quadrupeds, we get bipeds. I mean, it doesn't really matter. There's a lot of different ones. But there's something out. I truly believe that. I don't believe people are. I mean, it's people's imagination. I think they're actually experiencing something.
Oh, that's amazing. Now, the bipedal canines that Butch Witkowski was looking for, and you know,
nuking is now legal.
That's bigger than a dog man, bigger, you know, by a couple of feet, wider, seems stronger, walking more on hawk legs. You know, I mean, are you seeing these creatures in that same lake and loop area?
Yeah, they're big. That whole area, and beyond that, even it's spread out beyond that now. But what people are reporting are big creatures. I mean, upwards of 10 foot height, bipedal, very scary looking. You know, kind of like the werewolves out of the Underworld movies, something to that effect. Even Butch acknowledged that. Some of the sightings are pretty unbelievable. But yeah, that's what people are seeing, and that's what they're describing. And I don't necessarily think I want to come face to face with one of those things, but you know, these sightings are they're kind of spread throughout.
You know what happens after a nuke?
Yeah, that's what we've been getting, and of course these newer sightings tend to gravitate to that type of being. So especially that one in French Creek. I mean, this was a huge creature. So it had some characteristics that were a little bit different than what others had mentioned. But there's a lot of you know, and another thing we're getting a lot of these hyena-like aspects of these creatures, color-wise, description-wise, and such. You know, we're getting more and more of that, and it's just not happening here; it's happening other places.
I do want to ask you: are you getting reports of a lot of creatures that we do know of that exist? Like you just mentioned, these hyena-like creatures, or tigers, or lions running around the forest. Because Big Tex out of Texas, of course, he was looking at one area in Oklahoma where a certain celebrity tiger guy had allegedly let loose 17 tigers into the forest. And, you know, I'm wondering if you were starting to get maybe some reports of real creatures like tigers, lions, and so forth, big cats, being let go in North America.
No, we haven't gotten much of that. Of course, we get the big cats once in a while. In the southern part of the country, down in Mississippi, Alabama, we get these large black cats, possibly panthers or melanistic lions and such. We even get kangaroos. We've had a couple of kangaroos over time. Lots of different types of monkey species or small primates. But as far as tigers go, I can't say that I've gotten any phenomena. Now, why that is, I have no idea. Is it part of a breeding thing? Is it part of just a experimental type of thing? I don't know. I do know they have interest. Absolutely, there is interest there. And, I saw that firsthand.
What do you think that interest is in solving the creature?
No, I think anything to do with government, it's for a reason. Possibly, we heard the whole stories about the Russians breeding these things for military and such. Maybe it's something to do with that, but I think there's an ulterior motive behind it. They just don't do something and put a lot of money into something like that for nothing. There's a reason behind it, but what it is, I don't know. Now, my sighting was over 40 years ago, so why they were looking into it and were so interested in my sighting and seemed to be chasing something or chasing that particular creature, I don't know. I mean, that's the mystery. That's the biggest mystery in my life over the past 43, 44 years. Why were they doing that?
I don't know. Do you think they're trying to make some sort of super soldier type creature?
Possible. I don't necessarily buy into the super
Smoking is
soldier
bad for your health,
phenomena, but
especially when it's your own
makes you
flesh
think.
you're smoking.
I wonder if there's some aspect of that actually going on.
I have no idea. One of the things that very much interests me and a lot of people in this subject is...
I just want to make it clear that this orb was never like turning into two. It was always just a singular orb. I don't know why the camera is picking it up and showing it splitting in two, or YouTube modified a video, or I don't even know what the hell's going on. Anyway, it's just like a singular orb like this flying around. It wasn't like duplicating and turning into two like some other ones.
Inherent in them to where they can use it as a warning. I have talked to witnesses who have come across these creatures, and
Turn up, Vile.
there does
Shadow Wizard,
Goblin Insanity. They can telepathically.
New radio. HTTP.
There's a nuke in this club. Let's have a feast. On a new TV. OLED, you think you're up, but you're not me. You're smoking seeds. Hawaiian wood rose in my tea. Holy shit. You know I'll see a fucking feast. Let's have a feast. On a new TV. OLED, you think you're up, but you're not me. You're smoking seeds. Hawaiian wood rose in my tea. I see my dreams. Heard your shit and full shadow. I'm so smart like Andrew Heath. My grass is green and you don't know your ABCs. Don't look at me, yeah, I got HBPD. I'm here to think. I'm with Lucy, now we up. I'm with Cara, now we up. I'm with Uli, now we up. I'm with Felix, now we up. I'm with 80, now we up. I'm with Bamboo, now we up. I'm with Christy, now we up. Touch your shit, I give no fuck. Nuke Radio. I'm with Mental, now we up. I'm with Grande, now we up. I'm with Delta, now we up. I'm with Felix, now we up. I'm with Bella, now we up. I'm with Stella, now we up. I got hella fucking guap. Then I'm first the shit you talk. Please that fucking hammer shit. 905, I run this bitch. I make more than both my parents, but I'm only 26. Name another fact is rich. It looks easy cause it is. I was put on earth to stunt, now it says Wellesley on my wrist. Tear of graphics on my wrist. My Sarah Casey is too late, cause I need paper quick. You know I'm serious as shit, but I be smiling in this bitch, cause this beat got me fucking grinning. Shadow fire, clapping kicks. Shut up. Everyone who streamed the kid. Shut up. Everyone who don't like it, some creepers trying to stop my famous boys on Twitter. Like, okay, but go outside and make some bank. The shirt you're wearing's from a wake up. Damn, you're lame. But I can't fix it. Stop copying.
I mean,
so
turn up, Vile.
Shadow.
We step in the spot, we get honest, that I know what's right. Real life, no, it sucks. I've been down for the job. Don't get run when I see us.
question for you. What cryptid is the most important to you, Lon, in your
I used to be really, really keen on Bigfoot after I had the encounter. It's kind of went on In other words, it's a phenomena that has no basis, previous basis, just like these Glimmer Man. I mean, what's the deal with that? Are they some type of are they cloaked, or is it something that they can make themselves disappear? What are they? I mean, are they actually alien? Are they something else? Are they a Bigfoot or another cryptid that's able to mask themselves, to cloak themselves somehow? You know, that type of thing. You know, it's something that, you know, beyond explanations, but, you know, that's what we try to do. We try to come up with a reason behind it.
Stop from feeling wired. There's lightning in my veins. I need to rest upon my laurels for a minute.
I just mentioned it just a moment ago about in jest about the Tyrannosaurus is running around. There's a lot of people who believe they are seeing miniature dinosaurs.
We got unfinished business.
You know,
yeah, we've had a lot of sightings over the years.
What do you think about this? Are people
we can take the slow, baby, if you
well, I tell you, there's particular areas south
make you beg for it on your knees. This feeling so amazing. I can't seem to take it. Let your love rain over me.
Where there have been multiple sightings of these small
I feel your body start to tremble at my touch. It's getting harder, baby, love to make you blush. We can take our time, don't have to rush. Enough's not enough.
There's something going on down there. They're just not road runners
pushing daisies, my
right?
love.
These are
under the sun. How could this be wrong? This bed made for two, so I'll put on a song, baby. I'll be what you want.
I don't think they're power lizards either. These are different. These
Heaven is waiting for you right
the way
here
they
in
move
my
and their speed and everything. I mean, and the instances and how people come across and encounter these things. You know, I talked again about this last time I had him on the show. He doesn't understand it either. He said, but there is definitely sightings down in that area.
Tyrannosaurus that people are seeing? These miniature raptors. What size are they?
They're small. I mean, anywhere foot, 2, 3 foot. How much bigger than No, they seem to be pretty skitty.
Peace and love.
So, I mean, we think of Tyrannosauruses or any type of dinosaur like the Velociraptors as being very, how can we put it, aggressive in nature. And yet this kind of goes against the grain of what we're thinking here.
Yeah, I mean, these may be entirely different. I mean, I'm not saying they're not misidentifications. That may very well be. For some of the sightings that we have had reported to us over the years, I kind of think people were seeing something that just unexplained now. Are they relics of some type? Here we go again. Are they something that's being mind manifested now?
That I don't know. My friend, 90 seconds left with you tonight. And once again, it is so good to have you back on Spaced Out Radio. And I know you've been battling some health problems, but each and every day we hope you're ready to get a little bit stronger. And by the end of next month, you'll be back here styling and profiling like the cryptid Ric Flair that you are, my friend.
Yeah, I promise you I'll be better next time. I'm kind of winging it tonight, but yeah, it'll get better. I appreciate the thoughts
also known as chronic weekend, and then it's reefer. Watch it blow. My nuts hit a couple crotches low. And fuck 15 minutes, nigga, my watch is slow. You need to cease the bragging. You see the fire that I spit when I unleash the dragon. The ruler is back. We battle your medulla is cracked. We do it online. You find your computer is hacked. Shorty shooting. Where my brain stores the vision. I'm seeing bars come together like the doors in prison. When I spit that line, you can keep in your mind when you creep. I do this in my sleep.
YouTube channel is Family Monster Radio. Just search for it. And we're all over social media. And, the research team is the Fans Monster Sports Research Team. We've got boots on the ground all over the country and some in Canada. And we kind of look into every little thing that, sparks our interest. But, we're just not focused on lost. We're focused on a lot of different, even UFOs.
Absolutely. Lon Strickler, we love you around here. From Strange Days at FenceMonster.com. Coming up next, we're going to hit the swamp. Then right after that,
stop drinking mean, but I still don't. But bitches say leave me alone.
Right around the corner. Stay tuned. Great show, Lon. Great show. We appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I'll be a little more tentative the next time. I just kind of, I don't know, I'm kind of drifting off of there.
Oh, hey, you did awesome. Thank you for holding on out, my man. Thank you for doing that.
No problem.
You go get some rest.
Okay, you take it easy. Talk to you soon.
Bye-bye. Lon Strickler, everybody. PhantomsOfMonsters.com. I will be right back, and just stay comfy.
Stay comfy, he says. Ow. All right. Make sure you go to filthy.com. That's FYLTHY.com. Buy my book. Buy a calendar. Buy one for your mom, because your mom definitely needs a book about cartoons and aliens. And if she doesn't, then she can line the birdcage with it. I've also received permission to share the weird Sasquatch story from Star, Alberta. So the long and short of it was my pal and her sister were at home and near Star, Alberta. And it sounded like there was a thunderstorm outside of some sort, just loud crashing. The house shook. I can't remember their age. I'll have to get the total information, whatnot. Nonetheless, looked out the door. Both her and her sister seen white-colored Sasquatch and a smaller one sauntering down the driveway. Mr. Galloway, I believe it's $45 American, which is like 10,000 Canadian. But it comes in a nice sturdy holster. Pages are pretty good. Got one handy. Bunch of artwork. Oh, look, there's Butch Witkowski. Here's one of my absolute favorites. Let's see if I can navigate this here. I got to move this. This is for all the people watching. I haven't bought one yet. It's like, after drinking Dave's case of crypto brew and stealing the dog's collar, Sasquatch had to go for a leak. So what did Sasquatch do? Pissed in Dave's laundry basket. And there's Dave. It's like, unbelievable. I can't believe the dogs drank my beer and the cat peed in the laundry hamper. Little does Dave know, it was Sasquatch that peed in his laundry hamper. He's got aliens, and he's got UFOs, and all this weird stuff, and ghosts, and everything, but he doesn't think that Sasquatch snuck into his house and whizzed in his laundry hamper. Not really a betting guy, but I would bet on that one. So that's the story of that cartoon. You'll have to buy the book to read the rest of it. Oh, I got nothing sitting there. Here's a cartoon of me wrangling the cats. There's Whiskey and Blob. I got to update this because they got 2 more cats now. The Gargoyle and the Gremlin. Yeah, go to filthy.com. Buy my book. Go to Spaced Out Radio. Sign up for Vegas. Go there. You get free cartoons. And yeah. Unfortunately, they won't let me take Blob across the border. Just got a criminal record. So, can't bring Blob to Vegas. Sorry, everybody. Dave's sneaking back now.
Filth, I'm bringing something gorgeous for you to Vegas. You got to wear it.
I've already packed my stuff for Vegas today, Dave. Sorry.
Yeah, but this is a Sasquatch suit.
Wow.
You can be the only Sasquatch in Las Vegas.
I can disappear pretty quick, so I can agree with that.
Yeah. Hey, Gong Show, how you doing? Robo, what's happening? I think you should. If not,
it's pretty hot down there, Dave.
If not, we'll get little Timmy Senor to wear it. He'll wear it.
All right. Good hanging out with everybody. You jump in the chat room.
All right. Good night, Dirty Filth.
Goodbye.
We love you, buddy. Bye-bye. Dirty Filth, everybody. Hanging on out with us. We love him around here. And his art will be on display, along with his books, at our Vegas event. So make sure you come on out. Maybe we'll put random guy in the Sasquatch outfit. Thank you tonight to Cat Chaser, Kira, Pam H, Jenny, Nancy, Monica, and Deb. Very much appreciate the love and support of Spaced Out Radio. And don't forget, if you are coming to our Vegas event, you got to email in soon. Go to spacedoutradionnetwork@gmail.com. We got to get your tickets sorted out. We got to get our swag bags, starting to get them ready. That's next on the stress list because we want to make sure everybody's got something. Here we go with next hour.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/spaced out radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Pants. Pants is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again for us to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp.
It was a cold March night, much more complicated than usual. My boyfriend and I decided to go into the hot tub in the back of our Airbnb that we were staying at. To be clear, we've stayed at this Airbnb before. Typically, we like to rent a room and the owners are typically there. They are good people, maybe in their mid-60s. I never really thought to ask because I didn't want to, seem a little too prying. I know both of them were inside watching TV with their dog because I spoke with them on our way to the hot tub. The house is old, probably on 12 acres of land, and backs into a state park with a large lake. They have a decent-sized pond on their property which sits behind the house, just out of the reach of the lights on the house. While soaking in the hot tub, I felt weirdly like I was being watched. I flipped the way I was sitting so that instead of my back facing the property, it was now facing the house. About 50 yards away, a small section of trees is just before the pond. A light on the barn out there gives just enough light to hit the trees. Something caught my eye next to a tree. It stood on two legs and was as tall as the tree's lowest branch. I sat there for who knows how long just staring at it. My boyfriend could see that my look was very disconcerting and he could tell that I was freaked out. He asked me if I was okay. I couldn't really answer him. I slowly pointed my finger to the trees, but kept it low enough that it wouldn't see. Of course, my boyfriend was blind and couldn't make out anything without his glasses. After what felt like hours, but was only merely seconds, I told him we needed to go inside. I started to move slowly without losing sight of it, but when I lifted my leg out of the water, it looked at me. It was like it was a wolf and a dog hybrid. The eyes almost glowed. It ran like a dog on all fours into the darkness towards the pond. I'm not sure I've ever seen an animal run so fast in my God-given life. I never heard a splash into the pond or even leaves or twigs snapping. I grabbed my towel and sprinted for the door when, at the same time, the homeowner opened the door to come out and toss more wood into their wood heater. The dog and the owner were inside the home when I ran in. I told them what I saw, and she quickly ran outside to visit with my boyfriend and the other owner. No one walked off the porch. Even the dog seemed a bit scared. The next day, I needed to know exactly how tall it was, so my boyfriend and I walked back up to the tree where it stood. My boyfriend is 6 foot tall, and his arms straight up, he was probably still 6 to 8 inches away from touching the branch. The next night, we returned to the Airbnb late around 10 p.m. The moment I stepped out of the car, I knew I was being watched and could hear a weird high-pitched sound that was beginning to hurt my head. I wasn't drinking that night, and I don't do drugs, so I was 100% sober. It's been a few days, and I'm back home now, but I'm still on edge. I feel like I'm constantly being watched. My home backs up to a small section of woods, and I can't even bring myself to let my dog out back or open up the blinds and face the back at night. I'm just too scared to see that creature all over again.
And that's why we love the Swamp Dweller around here each and every night, Monday through Friday. He kicks off hour number 3. It takes us on another spooky journey. And if you love those stories and you want more, all you got to do is go to his YouTube channel, youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads. And you can listen to as many as you want for free right there. Just hit that subscribe button. I appreciate it. From the swamp to the stars, It is time for our main man, little Timmy Senor. Come on in for the UFO report.
Nobody's gonna know.
They're gonna know.
Now, Tim, it's always a good time to have you here because the UFO news just never seems to end around there, from new grants being given in the millions of dollars to, the technology to people having sightings. It's always a good time, eh?
It sure is. It's good to see you, buddy. And yeah, there's always something going on. The minute you think you have a day off from reading the news, you get hit with something exciting. So why don't you kick us off with this story that you managed to find on Twitter? And I would love to hear more, because this is a real head scratcher, if you want to ask me.
Well, apparently, Avi Loeb of the Galileo Project has been given a grant, another grant. And this time, it's from what I'm hearing, it's around $1.5 million to go searching for alien craft that may have been in our solar system. Now, I only saw the one tweet on it today, but the fact that Loeb continues to use his clout as an astrophysicist at Harvard University is very, very understandable, because people of that ilk get to make sure that they talk to people who have the ability and maybe the interest in order to find out what's going on. And if they want something studied, they can put their money where their mouth is as a donation to try and make things work. What's your thoughts on millionaires giving more money towards this type of phenomena?
I think it's absolutely great when there's benevolent supporters out there that come across a project that they believe in and that they're willing to dive some support into financially. I think that's a great way to get things done. Now, I know this comes kind of on the tail end of Avi Loeb having to defend himself recently with the news of Oumuamua potentially being explainable as quote unquote an iceberg that was releasing hydrogen atoms that could potentially off gas from the iceberg and show some of the data that it increased out of our solar system. Some of the things that may have tuned him into Oumuamua as potentially being something not only interplanetary, but being alien, craft of some kind that has its own propulsion. Now, recently that was potentially not debunked so much as some other papers were written showing the other side of the coin, where perhaps this was a massive piece of ice that was off-gassing hydrogen atoms, which could account for an increase in speed and things like that. But it doesn't necessarily explain a lot of the other questions that we are looking for as far as interplanetary objects being of interest. There's more to learn from them than simply what they're made of. And so I think it's great that he's finding support. I'd love to know more details as to what this money's going towards, but I'm sure it's going to one of the projects that he is working on. And so is there any more detail in that tweet as to which project?
Where the money may be going is apparently he wants to do something in the Pacific Ocean. And the reason why is there is allegedly something in the Pacific that has caught his attention that could be some sort of extraterrestrial debris. That's probably the best way to put it. Now, Avi has stated the data indicates that the object survived all the way down into the lower atmosphere of Earth, where it was subjected to very extreme stress. Whatever the mysterious mysterious super tough object was. It was more durable than any known solid iron meteorite. So he asked, the question is, was it from some unusual source very different from the solar system, or is it artificial in origin? He goes on to say that part of the mission to the Pacific this summer is where he hopes to find fragments of this meteor by collecting them from the ocean floor. And you know what? I think it's we've been pretty hard on Avi Loeb over the last few months, especially with the direction Galileo seems to be taking and not taking. And it seems to be all over the map at times. But it's good to see that they're actually going to be doing something and getting into some serious research. Now, that takes money. But apparently he has the team, he has the ship, he has everybody all ready to go. So now we have to see, will they actually go this summer? Because you're going to have to wait for conditions to be perfect.
Yeah, and then after retrieval, the analysis, and then hopefully sharing the data. Because so far, I don't think we've seen anything directly from Galileo except for some, I guess, data that they provided on the Ukrainian Phantom. So I'm not aware of anything that they've released other than that, but I look forward to something, and hopefully an investment like that will give some kind of return, and that we would get it publicly, because hopefully it doesn't just go into a database for private industry or somebody that initiated that financing.
Well, we do have a history of that. That's a very good point. And, you know, it's something that we're going to see very soon. You know, I mean, this is where it comes down to, Tim, where we talk, and you brought this up just last week about transparency. You know, where has the transparency gone in a number of these projects? It's great to talk publicly about these projects, you know, especially with one that's safe, where they're saying, look, we're not saying it's alien artifacts. We think it's a meteorite that has come down, and really, you know, we want to investigate it. We want to see where it's from. We want to see, you know, what it's made of, what's the carbon dating on it. Everything that they would do in a regular scientific type of study, which is fantastic. It really is. What's the carbon dating on it? But aren't we supposed to be chasing some aliens? Aren't we supposed to be looking for those other civilizations instead of starting with what may have crashed here? Because 99.9%, whatever it is there, is likely a meteor.
Right. And I think the idea is that we're looking for the building blocks of life from some of this interplanetary debris that we're looking for. And you can even find it on glacial ice chunks, because this debris tends to stand out on some of the debris fields all over the planet where we have all snow, Antarctica, places like that. These little chunks turn up, and some of them are interplanetary. And if this one is definitely been followed and can be confirmed as interplanetary, then potentially it'll hold some secrets. And like I said, they're looking for those building blocks of life to prove that there's life beyond our heliosphere. And I think that's massively important, even if it's on a microscopic level. And one of the stories we're going to cover tonight is going to get into some of those investigations, and I think that's great. But again, I think it ties back into the transparency of the results, because that is what's going to move this ball really quickly down the field once we start hearing some of that. And not that it's just another rock, because as we know, we've had plenty of examples of just mundane rocks that are coming and falling on Earth that haven't provided anything too alien yet. You know, and so we're looking for that missing piece.
Let's move on here, because I want to spend some time on this next topic. Okay, and I think our audience deserves to hear from us regarding the lead singer of Blink-182, Tom DeLonge, who is also the founder of the To the Stars Academy, and once again making some very irresponsible comments about UFOs. Bring it on.
Yeah, and so former Blink 182 star Tom DeLonge stated that anyone who suggests UFOs have a benevolent nature is either lying or not equated with the facts. And so, for a story I'm covering here from The Pulse, it is former Blink 182 star Tom DeLonge that recently made some pretty irresponsible comments about the UFO phenomenon. And in a recent tweet on March 23rd, he'd stated the following: that Greer has gotten a lot of people into the subject, and anyone saying that UFOs are peaceful and have our best interest in mind are choosing to lie or disregard the facts. Do not trust anyone that spreads these views. Read God's Man and War from Peter Levenda. The gods are not kind. And so Stephen Greer is a longtime UFO researcher who brought out hundreds of verified military personnel of all ranks from all around the world to testify about their experiences with UFOs while serving in the military. And he has long been touted the idea that UFOs are extraterrestrial in origin and that they are peaceful and do not represent any type of threat. And so a few years ago, DeLonge got tapped by several people in the intelligence community, one being Jim Semivan. And so Semivan had a long career in the Central Intelligence Agency and still works for them. Luis Elizondo, a former U.S. Army and counterintelligence special agent and former employee of the Office of Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence, was also involved. And another was Christopher Mellon, the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence in the Clinton and George W. Bush administrations. And so he formerly served as the staff director of the United States Senate Select Committee on the Intelligence and is a member of the influential Mellon family. So together they created the To the Stars Academy and began bringing the reality of the UFO phenomenon into the mainstream. Why did they choose DeLonge? Probably because he already had a heavy interest in the subject and was someone popular who came with millions of viewers. But now, To the Stars playing that critical role is conveying the public that UFOs were real and legitimizing the topic within the mainstream. They were responsible for the leaking of multiple U.S. Navy videos of UFO encounters that made the headlines in the New York Times in 2017. It was and still is a very influential organization, and they were able to coordinate such a vast mainstream type of disclosure while UFO researchers and whistleblowers in the past have been completely ignored. But now this is raising concerns among the UFO community as the intentions of the stars and whether or not they are a government or establishment mouthpiece attempting to control the narrative around the subject. And so it's important to ask and have these people presenting a holistic and accurate view of the phenomenon. It seems, not to me, but this is the voice of the writer here, it seems to me at least, throughout the years, there has always been an irresponsible threat narrative that has been attached to the UFOs via To the Stars. And this is further emphasized by Tom's recent tweet.
Well, you know what? I got a lot to say about this.
Please.
A lot. And I'm going to start off by saying that Tom's latest tweet, I actually responded to that. Okay, because Tom learned a lot of what he knows about UFOs through a fearmonger author named Peter Levenda. Okay, who says all aliens are bad. We need to protect our Earth. We need to try and get them away from our planet. We should not be communicating with them. But here's the interesting stat that, the UFO community really, really doesn't seem to pay attention to. There is a group out there called the Free Experiencers. Tim, I'm not sure if you've heard of them or not.
No.
Okay, this was a group that was originally set up by the sixth man to walk on the moon, Dr. Edgar Mitchell, because he was very, very interested in people who have had extraterrestrial contact and abduction experiences. Well, they did a number of tests a few years ago where their statistics in testing over 4,400 people who volunteered, including myself, to take the test, 84% of the 4,400 were happy with their contact. Less than 16% were absolutely terrified and never wanted it to happen again. And the rest were, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I could take it or leave it. Okay? The point that I'm getting at is this. Right before the launch of the To the Stars Academy, Mr. DeLong, who is a fearmonger of extraterrestrials and has been promoting that, tried to buy the statistics of free from a gentleman who took over from the late Edgar Mitchell, Renario Hernandez, a longtime ufologist. If you are spreading a message that aliens are bad, why are you trying to buy the statistics of a group that says 84% of our members state that their contact was great and they would want it to happen again?
Great point.
Okay. And I asked Tom that on Twitter. I said, Tom, you talk about the fear-mongering of extraterrestrials. Why did you try to buy the free experiencers numbers? Of course he doesn't respond because Tom never responds. Okay. Who knows if he even reads it? I mean, this is a guy who hired his own sister to do PR for the To the Stars Academy, and then didn't allow anybody to interview them unless you showed public support for the To the Stars Academy. So, I have a lot more to say about this. I'm not saying Tom DeLonge is a bad guy. I'm not saying that at all. And I will say this. I am a fan of Blink-182. If they come to Vancouver for a concert, I'll likely try to get tickets for it. That way I donate to the TTSA fund. But when it comes to UFOs, this is where it gets dangerous, man. When you start preaching to people how bad things are, it doesn't usually go well. Tim, we're going to continue with the Tom DeLonge thing when we return because I still got a lot more to say. I'm sure you do too, as we continue the UFO report here on Spaced Out Radio right after this. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hi, Kim Jellin. Yeah, that free experiencers report thing always seems to go blind on people with their blind TTSA faith.
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah. Renario Hernandez actually put out a statement about 5 years ago about it. 5-6 years ago.
It's been a heck of a night. It's been a heck of a night.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I got so much to say, and I'm just biting my tongue right now, waiting for the pain to get over. I haven't had a good Tom DeLonge rant in a long time.
Timmy.
And you know what? In my personal world, I have a UFO video that is being reviewed that I shot. And if it's legit or, you know, whatever, I'll give you an update.
Cat Chaser, I haven't seen any Northern Lights tonight. I don't think they're appearing tonight. They haven't appeared for a couple of nights.
Last week they were beautiful, all the way down the middle of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Timmy.
Mm-hmm.
Weird, wild stuff.
Consider 00. Welcome to SOR Chat. 7-Eleven is an inside job. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I love Slurpees.
Oh, me too. What's your favorite flavor?
Oh, I usually go red, blue, red, blue.
Me too. Cream soda is, I don't care what anybody says. Cream soda is the best Slurpee ever. Okay? Nothing beats cream soda. And whatever the blue is, because they have about 2 or 3 different blue ones, doesn't matter. The blue goes good. Whether it's the sour one, whether it's the sweet bubblegum one.
There's like a vanilla-y one, almost. It's like a blue vanilla sort of thing. I don't know what it is, but it's fantastic.
Yeah, I'll tell you, though. The worst cream soda or the worst Slurpee is Coca-Cola or Pepsi. Horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah.
Ayumi dog, you don't know what you're talking about. Cream soda, unsubscribe. Ouch.
I'm pretty sure they use the colas when they run out. They just throw cola in there because they run out of the other stuff.
I know. It's like a vending machine, like you go to your local oil, lube, and filter. They got the vending machine, and everything that's good is already gone, and you're left with like dry corn nuts and all the the plain bags of old Dutch chips.
Right, the Necco wafers from the 50s are still there.
Yep.
And they still have candy cigarettes in there because it's before it was not PC to give your kids cigarettes as candy.
Yeah, the Popeye cigarettes.
You can still get Big League Chew though. Power to the people. That's all America right there.
Big League Chew.
Yeah, forget about it. Encourage your children to dip. Big League Chew.
I need a cream soda slushie now. I hate you. I hate you now. Tomorrow, I am going for a cream soda slushie now.
I love it. And a spicy chicken sandwich, right? Or something. You like that spicy.
That sounds good.
There you go.
Oh, man.
We're deciding on Dave's lunch. Anyone? Curly fries or regular? Put it in the chat.
I like the regular fries. I'm not a curly fry kind of guy.
Waffle fries, tater tots, nothing?
I'm not a yam fry kind of guy either.
Yeah. Sweet potatoes are just not for everyone.
Oh, I like sweet potatoes.
But isn't that the thing?
I don't like them in the fry category.
Right.
Okay. I had sweet potatoes. I had sweet potatoes for dinner tonight.
Yeah, it's not a fry, it's a lie. The sweet potato lie. Give me a potato. That's a chip. What did you have for dinner tonight?
I had sweet potatoes, chicken, and asparagus.
No way. That is
healthy.
Awfully healthy. I was like, skin? Did you eat skin or no skin?
Oh, no, I never get chicken with skin. Chicken skin grosses me right out.
All right, well, that's good then. Yeah.
A slushie is a Slurpee, Kim Jellett.
Yeah. From 7-Eleven.
Yeah. Thank you tonight to Cat Chaser ×2, Random Guy, Kira, Pam H, Jenna A, Nancy, Monica, and Deb for the super chats. Very much appreciate it. Here we go. Round and third, we're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. I want to remind you that if you've missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button, our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Tim Senor is here for the UFO report. We're discussing Tom DeLonge getting another slap across the UFO face for some silliness about aliens coming to get us. Tim, give us a refresh.
Well, ETs are taking a pretty hard hit when it comes to the opinion of Tom DeLonge right now, the former Blink 182 star. He is quoting here. He states that Greer has gotten a lot of people into the subject, but anyone saying that UFOs are peaceful and have our best interest in mind are choosing to lie or disregard the facts. Do not trust anyone that spreads these views. Read Gods, Man, and War from Peter Levenda. The gods are not kind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So old Davey responded by asking why he would want to buy statistics right before the creation of the To the Stars Academy in 2017 that show differently. And of course, no response, because in typical Tom DeLonge fashion, he doesn't like hard questions, which he, you know, I'm just going to say it. Tom has been his own worst enemy in this UFO field. He's a smart man. He's a businessman. Let's face it, okay? I mean, you don't make $50 million if you're not doing something right. $50-60 million during your career if you're not doing something right. And he has a talent for music, and that's great. And it's great that he was able to introduce a lot of Blink-182 listeners and Angels and Airwaves, his secondary band's listeners, to the UFO subject. But when you're playing with minds like that, much like what we do in this show, but a much smaller scale, you have to be able to tell both sides of the story. You have to be able to keep your bias away and
already set up, ready to go.
make sure that you try and call it down the middle so people, whether they are understanding of the topic and educated in the topic, or whether they're brand new to it, that they can understand. Pushing fear-mongering isn't good. It isn't good. And, you know, right after the big leave of Steve Justice, Chris Mellon, and Lou Elizondo from the TTSA back in 2020, I wrote a blog that stated, it's called 14 Reasons Why I Never Supported the To the Stars Academy. And one of those points was you have to know when to rock star and know when not to rock star. And too many times, Tom couldn't separate the two. And when you go on Joe Rogan and you're putting up fake UFO videos that are embarrassing your team, and then you talk about thinking it's funny in this serious UFO conversation about whipping certain body parts out of your pants and flashing the crowd, that's not the way to get the message across. Okay? We're not 16 years old anymore where we think that's funny. You want to talk serious about this, you want people to be serious about this UFO topic, you have to know when not to rock star. And that was a big fall for Tom, because what it did was it pushed Luis Elizondo, who wanted to be in the background, right into the forefront, because now they needed a face to save the TTSA publicly, because they knew they couldn't trust DeLonge. And he got many, many warnings. And for people who actually believe that Tom DeLonge actually started the To the Stars Academy, we have a bridge in the middle of a desert. Every source that I have talked to at heart about this subject privately has come on and stated that DeLonge was a useful, and I mean this with all due respect, because I've never met the guy, okay, and I do have respect for him. But I'm going to use the term a useful idiot. Okay? Because he wanted to know, they let him put a foot in the door. Okay? But Tim, they just don't let anybody in the door to all the secrets. They don't.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely 100% right there. And obviously, our station is going to be getting calls tonight from Blink-182 and Tom DeLonge fans. But you've got to kind of wonder why he's reacting this way and tweeting this kind of bold statement. Perhaps you think maybe he's been read in on things that made him feel that way. I'm sure he didn't rely on just Peter Levenda as a source. He was probably brought in on some information that gave him this reaction. Do you have any thoughts as to why he may want that to be
I think
his feelings?
Well, he's worked very closely with Peter Levenda, even on his own UFO books. Okay, The Secret Machines. But the funny part about it is, one of his close allies who still remains in the To the Stars Academy, Jim Semivan. And if you're listening, Jim, hello, how are you? Okay. Jim Semivan did not have a negative encounter when him and his wife were taken out of their bedroom by little gray dudes. He never said it was negative. He said he didn't know really what happened, but he had some recall on it. Did it scare him? Of course. It scares everybody. Right? It does. But you have to be careful when you're getting the subject out there. Okay? And to go after Stephen Greer, whom, by the way, I am not a fan of. Not a fan. Okay? And people ask me, why Dave, won't you have Stephen Greer on the show? Number one, he asked to be paid for the interview. We're journalists. Journalists don't pay. Okay? Number two, he asked for questions up front. I've interviewed millionaires and billionaires. When I interviewed Mark Cuban, what's he worth? 8-10 billion? He never asked me for pre-loaded questions. Granted, we were talking basketball, but he never asked me for preloaded questions. Every hockey player or baseball player or football player or golfer that I ever interviewed, they never asked me for preloaded questions. Why would I give it to Greer? Shows a bias. So I understand the beef between the two. But DeLong needs to go worry about his world tour coming up. Leave the aliens to the professionals. Okay? And Greer just needs to continue to charge $3,500 for something that people can do on their own in their own yard if they concentrate on it.
And very briefly, what do you feel about the statement in this article from the Pulse where they state that this raised concerns among many in the UFO community about the intentions of the To the Stars Academy and the groups surrounding that, obviously, whether they were a government establishment mouthpiece attempting to control the narrative around the subject. And now we can just kind of group everyone that's kind of revolved and was named in this article within that.
Sure. We can start off. We were the first radio show to mention, Tim, back in the day when the To the Stars Academy came out, by asking the question, how do you have a pressless press conference? Normally how a press conference works is you have the media in front of you, and then the people come up on stage and they say their little sermon, and then afterwards you break off into what we call one-on-ones. Okay, that's where, you see the television cameras and you see all the microphones. That's called a scrum in a one-on-one. And you break off, you ask the questions, and then you get your quotes, and you're out of there. Well, the To the Stars Academy, when they set that up in Seattle, they didn't have a single member of the media there. Not a one. The next thing that was a red flag for me with To the Stars Academy was that afternoon looking at their website, and there was not a single mention of UFO or UAP on the entire website. Here we heard Chris Mellon and Lou Elizondo was introduced to us about running the program, and so on and so forth. All of these bigwigs telling us this phenomena is real. We need to get it out. The To the Stars Academy is going to be the voice of the people. And we need your money to do so. Guess what? They raised a couple $1 million right off the bat. And all those shares are worth zero zilch nada right now. Nothing. And I know people who spent $10,000. George Knapp stated on this show that he spent $10,000 in buying shares into the To the Stars Academy. I know people who spent more than that. $20,000, $30,000, $80,000. This was going to be it. And then the secrecy started. They weren't going on radio shows. Unless, and this is what I never understood about them. They created their own little press corps. This is where people like Danny Silva, who's a good friend of this show, and I really like Danny. This is where he started getting information from them. Okay, Danny didn't have a following until he started going and talking with TTSA. Many other podcasters the same way. Going on shows that had maybe 200-300 subscribers, but not shows that had 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 10,000 on YouTube. Didn't make sense. They created their own little press corps of diehard followers. And you know what? I mean, that's how it started for them. People like us, people like John Greenwald from the Black Vault, people like many other podcasters out there or YouTubers didn't get an opportunity because they had questions. They weren't waving the TTSA flag. Therefore, you didn't get an interview. I learned all this after I interviewed Elizondo for the first time, after he left. I told him, I said, we put in 15 different requests for media to the To the Stars Academy, half of which were not responded to.
Wow.
The other half, almost all the other half, we were told no, not at this time. We're not doing interviews. In the meantime, you see them on every other fringe show. Oh, yeah. They were screwing with the UFO media. Anybody who had a tough question. And then when they signed the Army CRADA, which is a contract with the United States Army, that's where all the secrets began. Right? But yet somehow in 2017, before the start of the To the Stars Academy, Tom DeLonge was named UFO Researcher of the Year at the International UFO Congress, which happens to be run by the same guy who's running Enigma Labs, or part of the Enigma Labs team.
There we go. That brought me to my next kind of point, was that a lot of the same things that we saw with the start of To the Stars Academy is how we're seeing Enigma kind of starting off with all the secrecy and, I mean, let's just say not transparent with the real workings of the organization. I think that is always a red flag, especially with this topic, you know. So please continue. I just thought it was good to point that out.
Well, I think what it's done is if I look at the big picture overall now, you know, from a UFO standpoint, I think what we're seeing is the To the Stars Academy created a lot of hostility within the UFO community because I will say I talked to a source. I'm not going to say who, okay? But this person who was involved with the TTSA said the biggest mistake the To the Stars Academy made was we bit the hand that feeds us. We could have had the entire ufology behind us, which would have been a great push, but we chose to go against them for whatever reason they chose. They felt they didn't want to be connected to the UFO world, whether that's researchers like Grant Cameron or Richard Dolan or Linda Moulton Howe or whoever, whether it's radio shows like ours or Jimmy Church or Coast to Coast AM or whomever.
Too much stigma attached.
They didn't want to be a part of it, and that was their biggest flaw. Because when you go and do something within a fringe community like the UFO community or the phenomena community, you have an opportunity to take some big strides, and those are big voices, you know, from people who are sitting at the Starbucks, you know, or people who are sitting at a bar in Vegas. Okay, they're going to be talking UFOs, and you could have had that opportunity, except they didn't want it, and that was one of their biggest flaws. And that's from an insider point of view. And DeLong just seems to still be on this kick that the To the Stars Academy, which hasn't really done anything in the last 3.5, 4 years, he tends to think that there's still a player in the game, and that he's still a player in the game. No, what you did, Tom, was you divided a community for no reason. And you got your sycophants to jump on board with you. And anytime somebody questioned you, not insulted you, questioned you, they went at them like rabid dogs.
Right. And it's pretty easy to sling this one at them. But if you want to compare this, since he is a rock and roller, compare what happened in like any one of your band names' favorite, like what's the album that brought all the fans on? Most diehards hate that album, right? Because it brought all these wannabes on. And it's kind of like TTSA was that album that brought all of the wannabe UFO people on, and they brought a lot of baggage with them. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like, and I hate bagging on it, but it's like the Twitter crowd that kind of like hates on itself. It eats its own tail. It eats its own witnesses. If you bring out a photograph, Lord forbid you hashtag it UFO Twitter, because it's going to get shredded. Even if it's 100% a photograph of an alien high-fiving the president, they wouldn't believe it, right? So it's just one of those things that's really hard, and the times really show it, right? You know, we are very much subjected to the internet, and that is the world right there. And it can be a pretty harsh mistress when it comes to this topic. As you can see, most people are out to discredit anything of value, it seems.
Yeah. So in one way, I respect Tom DeLonge for still talking about the subject, because we do need people talking about the subject.
Right.
Okay. I may not agree with his way of discussing it, Tim, and many others may not either. There's going to be some who feel that he is bang on 100%. But we don't need the drama anymore. There's too much drama going on. Everybody's trying to pick a fight with somebody. What we need is a good old-fashioned Canadian brawl. Okay? On the ice, just everybody in ufology, just get on the ice, drop the gloves, you know, and just go at it.
It does seem, though, that the fear and threat story and narrative came from and developed from that corner, from that team. And it's really developed the UAP phenomenon, right? It's not so much about UFO, and that's your point. They never mentioned UFO on the website. It's really not a topic. And when they do speak on it, it's in negative terms. And they're using some pretty antiquated information to base their values on. So I think absolutely what you're saying is valid. We need to absolutely cover that side. It's important. But at the same rate, you got to balance it out with that there's still no evidence, right, of them being benevolent, malevolent, or other, right? We don't have any evidence. So even to say a statement like this is just throwing in fear.
We do have the evidence because he tried to buy it.
Good point. 84% of people said that it was a benevolent experience. Is that correct, according to that data? That's massive. So great point. Thank you for reminding me.
No offense. I didn't want to throw that one in your face.
No, that was great. That was well timed.
Look, Tom DeLonge may be an incredible rock star, but he's definitely failing as a ufologist. Okay.
It's yet to be seen. Yeah.
And my suggestion to our listeners is, remember, there's a time to rock star and there's a time not to rock star. And when you're in the UFO world, it's not a time to rock star. It's just not. My opinion. Tim? big thank you for coming on the UFO Report, and we really do appreciate it. We'll see if Random Guy is going to come on for a little overtime on our YouTube channel. I'm not sure yet, but I think he is. And a big thank you to everyone listening tonight. We very much appreciate it. Big thank you to Swamp Dweller for another great story. Of course, our guest tonight, coming back from cancer, Lon Strickler from phantomsandmonsters.com, making it an epic Strange Days. I love it when people beat cancer. It's just so rewarding, isn't it? We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. A special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, the Space Travelers Club, LinkedIn, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And Timmy, if you want to bring a friend, we got room for them too. Good night. Woohoo!
Good show.
I can't send you a notification here. Because your Twitter's down again.
True.
Yeah, jerk random guy. See if he's brought it back up. Nope, still not up. Oh well. I don't know where he is. Why do I have to be the responsible one here? Why do I have to be the responsible one today?
I'm signaling him.
Signal. My Twitter is up, he's saying. Not at Random Guy Tweets, because when you're up, you pop into my DMs, and you're not popped in there.
Very suspicious.
Very. Oh, there it is now.
Mhm.
There it is.
Like Big Brother can't just jump on any live stream at any time.
Right. Right. What you talking about, Random Guy?
I like that. Oh, I miss those 80s shows.
Yep.
I was just talking about Andy Griffith with somebody today, how he kind of raised me. I was like a latchkey kid. I'd come home and sit down, eat some microwave pizza and watch Andy Griffith. It's like 3 hours a day. I'm pretty sure I was raised by Andy Griffith.
Oh, yeah. How many times did you go fishing whistling that song?
Oh, it's such a great song. It's so catchy. Forget about it.
Oh, yeah. I'll give you that one. We're going to go French with Random Guy tonight. We'll call him Random Guy.
I like that.
Random Guy. Hey, Guy. I'm just going to call him Guy from now on. There he is.
That's great.
There's Guy. What's happening, Guy?
What up, homies?
What's up, eh?
Hey, I bought these at a street vendor the other day. How do they look?
You look like a cop.
Yeah. Driver's license registration.
It's
Hey,
great.
Carmen, Should we respect your authority or what?
Oh man, I got sunburnt to shit. Look at this. Even more red than usual.
Oh, I have the wrong ones down here. I could have matched you.
What? Why are you not matching me, Timmy?
They're just not. They're not blue.
Oh, yeah, I had to rock the blue, dude.
Hey guys, I gotta go check on my dogs upstairs. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. You're gonna leave me unattended?
Yeah, you gotta be kind though.
Okay. No promises.
He's bigger than me, so there's really not much I can do about it.
Well, we're not really in the same room, Timmy.
I punched down.
The only thing that sucks is now I can't like read the chat, which I know you don't do anyways. But
Right? It's probably best. That's all my
this is
advice.
probably actually the cure for all my problems. I can't see.
And these are polarized, so I can't read anything.
Polarized?
This is great. No, but so I've got things.
Sons of bitches, you.
Timmy, you got some of my favorite things. Some of my favorite things in the world.
What are those? Dare I ask?
Just put whatever your favorite things all over me, and I'll try to deal with them. Bring me your favorite things, and I will handle it.
Wow, things just got weird.
Let me tell you guys
What is
something.
up with this guy? What is
I
that?
am the darkness of El Omni Volador.
Gotta see the chat. Dude.
None of you ugly people out there could ever compete with me in the squared circle. None of you.
Bro.
You sick and twisted people all over the place. Where'd you get that haircut there, Gee? Where'd you get that? Five and dime or what?
I'm just happy I have hair again. My head was shaved.
You call that hair? That's okay, I guess.
It's better than the. What are you going for? The Guardians of the Galaxy Reject cast?
Anytime you want to step into squared circle there, big guy. Come on in. Cage, no cage, doesn't matter. You couldn't compete here.
Well, yeah,
Right.
because I can't compete anywhere where it's -10.
El Omni Volador is from Mexico.
Oh, yes, that's right. You live in a Connex box, right?
And he wears glasses. You wouldn't hit glasses, would you?
No, he likes the vape. He likes to hit a vape with the citrus. Very special citrus in it. Leaves a good taste in his mouth.
Does anybody like you?
Yeah, plenty of people like me.
Tim, I'm not talking to you there, big nuts. Does anybody like you, Tim?
No. Honestly, in the wrestling world, I have no friends, no compatriots whatsoever.
I didn't think so. Let me tell you what it's like. When you get to the stature of El Omni Volador and the darkness of El Omni Volador, this means shit is getting real. All right? Now let me tell you, old warrior there, who thinks he can take me in Vegas in a cage match. Just because you bench press 600 pounds, deadlift 1,000, doesn't mean that I ain't gonna sweep your 55-year-old legs. I'll take out a knee. I don't care.
Is this the new mask being revealed? Because I still have questions. Are those moose antlers across the top there? You're showing some Canadian love.
I am a Wendigo. This is my Wendigo look. For El Omni Volador.
I'm liking it.
I gotta be honest with you. Guys. It feels like I'm looking at Howie Mandel and one of the little monsters, like they're coming back for a reboot. I'm just looking for Fred Savage.
Look here, Oompa Loompa, don't you have any chocolate to make me?
Unbelievable. I'm gonna have to change everything about my look. I'm gonna have to grow my hair.
That'd be a nice crown that you grow. You look like Rob Reiner from his days on All in the Family.
Oh yeah, it just grows in a little ring. You're so right. You're so right. Oh, I would do a comb over that would blow your mind.
Wow.
All the way from the back to the front.
I gotta be honest, I kind of want to see that.
You think the orange man has a haircut? I could give
Hold on.
you
Let me take a sip of my box wine while
a
I'm at
wave. Box wine, classy.
What kind of wine is that? Oh, it's red. Oh, red blend? I don't effing know. It's just red.
Why don't you just drink boat gas? Might toughen you up a little bit there, lover boy.
I prefer to sniff it rather than drink it. That's all.
Wow. It's getting beefy.
Seen any UFOs lately, El Avdi? Or you been spending all your time in a department store smelling socks?
Look here. I have been preparing for the biggest match of my life. Set for Las Vegas.
Getting your belt to fit?
21st. I don't have time for jabronis like you trying to create softcore pornography in the joke world because your jokes are lame.
Yeah.
I heard that he had a 3 Polaroider. So
Hey, that was your joke, Tim. I'm going to give you the credit for it. Inside joke.
anyone that can swing that is gotta do well on stage. That's all I'm saying.
I know a guy.
It's a 3-hander.
When I take on
three hands tall.
When I'm done, when
So-
I'm
so
done
off the fucking
with
rails,
the whole
hold on,
warrior, I'm coming after both of you. Both of you.
Let's go. Well, hey, we'll be in Vegas. The UFC is here. Sure, it's not hard to find a gym. We'll get it done. Winner gets the first drink with Richard Grieco.
Oh man.
Richard Grieco will walk me down the aisle with his good looks right to the ring.
While Donny Osmond sings his theme song.
Yeah, they banned all the Elvises, so it's going to have to be somebody else. Maybe.
Barry Manilow.
I'm a big fan. Maybe some Michael Bolton. I'm a big fan.
I can see why.
Yeah. I look like a
I can see why.
Yeah. I look like a Michael Bolton guy, right?
You totally look like a Michael Bolton guy.
When a man loves a woman comes on, man, you gotta turn the lights off, light a candle. It's good times.
This is not the after hours I was promised, just so you know.
These are not the droids you're looking for. Hey, he's the one that brought it off the rails. I'm just along for the ride.
How do you have a serious conversation with a wrestler? With glasses, no less.
Just ask him about his STD test.
He answered them all wrong.
He failed. He answered them all wrong.
Let's just make sure there's still people in the chat.
It's now than our normal show.
There's probably more numbers now than our normal show.
I'm going to tell you right now. Kickstand. Tim, you got a wooden leg with a kickstand.
Bro.
That's not a word.
Yeah.
Bro.
That's not a wooden leg. That's not a leg.
The only way to get around random guys' fat ass is to put a detour sign up.
Ah.
Traffic cones with me.
Brutal.
I carry traffic cones with me.
Oh yeah, you do.
And pocket change to confuse the crowds.
Are you coming to the barbecue in Vegas there, Alavni? Coming to the barbecue where I slap my meat on your grill?
You don't want any of this. 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 All right? Look here, Cartman. Okay, just because you got a satellite of an alien shoved up your ass doesn't mean that you got to think that you're going to shoot it on out and put a stake in front of me.
Fucking Cartman. What's the big deal, bitch?
Oh, it's getting a little interesting around here.
Blame Canada.
I don't know if you can win this one.
I don't know if you can win this one.
I don't want to win. I just want it to keep going.
He's a professional.
Keep it going then. I could tell by the sweat dripping into his shirt.
With both of you is like hanging out with fungus on my feet. Just uncomfortable.
And stinky. Oh, buddy.
Do we have any UFO topics tonight, or are we just here to? Not that I mind at all. This just reminds me of that one time.
How about you and your buddy Tom DeLong there, hanging on out, talking some UFOs?
Tom DeLong. Yeah, I shared a story with my friend Tim about Tom DeLong the other day.
Can we talk about it?
I guess broadly. You got to be careful though.
I'll just let you. Yeah, please.
No, so I have friends, believe it or not, in real life that like talk to me and stuff. So I have a friend that works in the music business, and he was recently, I guess they're getting back together, Blink, and I guess they were at some kind of gathering, and he made a comment, and people just went in on alien jokes on him. People in the music business. And it wasn't pretty. It was lighthearted, but it was like people went in.
Tore him up a little bit.
Yeah, people that aren't involved with UFO stuff at all, clearly.
Right.
Stuff like you're just going to leave us and go back to the aliens, stuff like that.
A lot of that stuff, though, that you can hear him say on interviews is pretty out there. And if so, I mean, if he's sharing some of his real thoughts, I can imagine that it would turn some people off. Not that it's not possible. I mean, everything he says is potentially real, right? We don't know, but the fact is, it can be a little scary. You know, if it's coming from someone that you're like close to in the music industry, I can see them being like, whoa, that's a lot coming from that guy, right? If they didn't know.
I don't know. I guess it's just, yeah, in different things. Like people that come from different backgrounds all over, they start messing with UFO alien stuff. Like even people, it's still every once in a while, people are like, dude, somebody sent me a link and showed me you're on this UFO something. And I'm like, oh shit. There he goes. They're like, what the hell are you doing, dude? So it's, yeah, you get some interesting responses.
What about on the flip side?
I want to know how you're going to answer that when they're gee.
Right? On the flip side, you should be defending it. Like, haven't you ever wondered? Or, I mean, a lot of those people have probably had experiences and, you know, they may have even seen something and been like, what's that? And just crossed it off in their head as like, it's gotta be something, you know?
Why can't you own it there, gee?
I told him I'm just here for the chicks, so. The money, I'm here for the money and the women.
Right.
There doesn't seem to be much.
Right now, you're bad no-for on both.
He lives in a motel and he's single. What does that tell you? No, I'm just kidding.
The hotel would probably be an upgrade.
A rental unit.
Dave just gave up. We ignored El Ovni. Come back, El Ovni.
That new mask is
We value
hilarious.
your feelings. We value your feelings. Come back.
I just am trying to imagine El Ovni's wife sewing that for him.
Oh, God. I'm trying to imagine El Ovni's wife sleeping with him at all.
Oh, gosh. That's... Yeah.
I just like to imagine people together. It makes for real awkward moments.
It'd be like throwing a pumpkin off your balcony. Harsh. Harsh. Well, he's not in the room, so it's going to be great for him to edit later. He can laugh then.
Kissing booth. No, I won't be setting up a kissing booth. Although I've never had a cold sore, so.
It's the first time for everything. What stays in Vegas,
after
or what
SOR
happens
party,
in
that might
Vegas
change.
stays
I
on your
don't know.
lips
We'll see.
forever.
I've heard some stories about how this stuff goes down. I heard what happens after the after party. Because then it's nobody's fault. We were having an out of body experience.
Right. It's called woo. For
Yeah,
a
we
reason.
were just wooing. It wasn't cheating on you, babe. It was wooing.
It's when
Right?
woo becomes woo-hoo.
It's just one of my star children travelers. I can't possibly be responsible for what happens to my genitals.
Unbelievable. See? That's on the record. No, you know what? I have a quick question for you. They're doing this really cool new project, actually, where they are going to be collecting all this space dust, literally, and collecting it and doing research on it, looking for signs of life. And it's kind of like, you know what eDNA is, or environmental DNA research that they do here? They'll collect water and see what animals are around.
Yeah.
It's basically like that sort of thing with space dust.
I get it.
What do you think about that?
I mean, it's cool. It's one of those things where they dig down to another layer because, you know, forever we were looking for ETs running around and we didn't find those. And then they're like, well, I know where we could find life. Let's dig into the soil of these planets and the water. So I think it's right along those lines, right? It just makes sense.
Are we wasting our time digging interplanetary objects out of the bottom of the ocean?
I don't think it's a waste of time. As long as we're not putting tax money in. I think as long as it's private venture, that's cool.
But do you think that scientific research is really going down the wrong route to alien life if they're trying to prove it? Do you think like it's a distraction and they're going to come up with mundane evidence to a bigger question on purpose, like Galileo and all this money they're spending? You know, that's just going to give them mundane results at this point because they're not looking properly for actual aliens.
Yeah, they just want to check a box, more or less. Be like, look, we were successful. We found this element, which is a precursor of amino acids or whatever the hell it is that they're doing, right?
Right.
And they're going to be like, cool, alien amino acids, building blocks of life, cool. We found aliens. Case closed. Like, right?
Well, I'm sure in your research you've found that this is not the first time that this issue has kind of bubbled to the surface, and the government's gotten involved and they've gotten real scientists involved and all that stuff and done these pretty big, you know, deep dives into the topic and always come up with the same mundane results. And so this is the same thing. It's just kind of more of a modernized version of it, and it's more publicized because we have social media and things like that.
Right.
Do you think that we're going to see this study just kind of go to the wayside in the next year or two with mundane results? And do you think that all these big groups are kind of looking to prove it out?
Yeah, because it's just, like I said, as long as they can click a positive box, right? It's kind of like you want to catch your kid smoking a joint, but you don't, so you piss test them after the fact. It's like, well, I know it was there, but you're not really. I know that's probably a bad metaphor, but you get what I'm saying. You're not getting the smoking gun. You're confirming that there's something there and something occurred, but you don't know how much, exactly when, et cetera, which is what you guys call the nuts and bolts, right? So you're not going to get that. You're just going to get a soft, here's 200 pages and after $3 million, yes.
Are you getting any closer? Are you getting any closer with your research down this path as to what the real reason is for using UFOs in this topic? And like, are you any closer personally? Like, kind of.
I feel like the more that I try to read, the more that I try to listen, the muddier it gets. Because you get conflictions on almost everything. So it's really like, and this is why ufology, in my opinion, to a guy that's new to this stuff, why it's so factioned, why it's so divisive. Like, it's like, you know, Lord of the Flies, because everybody gets super tribal with their ideology, and no one wants to feel like, instead of just being open to wherever the truth may lead you, people, especially people that invest money, right? They have either a premonition of what they're going to discover or a mission for what they want to discover, and they keep that one-track mind. So you really got to pay attention, like what you guys were talking about earlier with TTSA, and then all of a sudden there's still some of the similar people involved with Enigma, right? Are they really trying to find the truth, or are they trying to find confirmation of their narrative, right? So you got to look at who's involved with different projects. And since I don't know, I'll read one thing and be, oh, wow,
holy
I have no idea. And I'll read another guy who goes, no, that guy's full of shit. Here's the other stuff he lied about. You know what I mean? And I just keep running into that over and over again. It's like every time I find something I think is cool, and then I try to like research something off of that, it's somebody else saying that guy's an idiot or a liar.
But
So
do
it's
you
like,
think that the UFO topic is really of interest to the government at all, or is it just a way to move money around?
no, we have ways to move money around without that. Like pretend to send it to other countries. And
Well, no, I just mean within the government. So they'll fund Arrow, and then Arrow completes, and now we'll have a new organization, and that will have a budget. And
Yeah.
then this next organization comes from that, from the results of that. Who knows, whatever. And
No, I think that the government's trying to make cuts right now. If anything, I know that sounds opposite, contradicting to what you see with the budgets, but having just recently been in and I watched downsizing and almost everything, I don't think they want to do that. If anything, what they would do is pay a contractor that's already existing, that already has the license, whether it's a black contractor or whatever, somebody that's already used to getting 7, 8, 10 figures, you know, from the government, and then they could just hide it as a line item. They wouldn't start a whole new organization and a whole new segment of, you know, tracking and payroll and retirements and
interesting. Let me just highlight what you're saying there. So you think if there is a government organization researching UFOs hardcore, it wouldn't be directly through the government, it would be a line item, and they would contract that out to an organization of some sort. Is that what you're saying?
100%, because then you can't access it. There can't be an inquiry on it. There can't
Any
be
thoughts
no
on who?
congressional hearings will matter. They can go out there and say, hey, we're doing UFO hearings, guys, and all the congressmen and the senators are going to come down and they're going to get to the bottom of it. No, they're not. Not if it's a private company. They're not going to know shit.
Yeah. If you were to assign that, where could you see them assigning that role?
What you mean, like?
If you were to contract it out, where do you think they're looking to contract that kind of thing out to, hypothetically?
I don't want to name names.
You can't even guess.
Oh, I could definitely guess, but I'm not going to go there.
Even though they're private contractors, right?
Yeah, but they don't wield the power of a regular private contractor. They wield the power of the government because they have the government support. So you're basically messing with the wrong people because they don't have to answer to anybody except for the people that write their checks.
No oversight.
I'm not saying no oversight. I'm saying they get their mission handed to them, whatever that might be. They get the money to execute that mission. They have oversight, but within the parameters of whatever that mission is, which we don't know, we're speculating here. This is all hypothetical. I'm not saying this is happening. Don't put words in my mouth. All we're just hypothesizing possibilities here. I'm not saying this is happening. I'm saying what I would do.
But would it be a scientific organization, or would it be something like Enigma, or would it be something, or would it be like a development, like a part of Raytheon, or?
You wouldn't want it. Yeah, you'd want to use something established. It's too important. If they believe something's out there, if they legitimately believe there's something there, or they have something and they want to hide it, the last thing they're going to want to do is bring a new player in. They're going to want to use somebody that they already have dirt on, or they've already done business with before, that they know can handle this level of stuff.
And then it's all compartmentalized within that. Why does nothing ever leak from the public, do you think? Is it because people are really good with their NDAs?
No, I think it's because most of the stuff that people think is real is not. That's my personal opinion. I think number two, because you'd be amazed at the amount of stuff that does this, right? Even at the high levels or higher levels, and it just never makes it out past a certain level, because it gets down to certain people and they're like, well, as fun as it is to talk about this and as crazy as that story was, I'm not saying shit because it's like it gets like those kind of situations, right? So that's why I think most of the stuff, probably 90%, I don't know if that's an accurate number, over half of speculation is completely false, inaccurate, exaggerated, or flat out lie when it comes to this stuff.
Interesting. Hey, Dave, welcome back to your show. You know, El Ovni was
You look
really
younger.
harassing. He was harassing us. He called me names, Dave.
No.
Specific names.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, family. He spoke badly about my family. He was talking about how, you know, tiny RG was in the downstairs department. I don't know how he knew.
I know, that was a secret. You guys didn't even pay for a subscription. Stop going to my leaks. And it was very cold in all those photos.
RG leaked. Yeah, you got to turn that AC down before you take those photos in the future.
Natural reaction, not indicative of anything.
Shrinkage.
He did not. El Ovni did not call you guys ugly. Jenny, where did you send me a message? Instagram?
Well, no, I just mean within the government, so they'll fund Arrow.
Yeah, that guy talks a lot of smack.
And now we'll have
he's a jerk.
That will have
He's got like 3 fights coming. I hope he's prepared.
organization comes from that. Money
He's going to get mobbed when he gets off the plane. I can already see it.
I'm just going to wear one of those hats with the beer cans on either side and the straw.
I can't stand the guy.
The all party mode.
I want to wear one of those really sharp, spiky bras from the Peter Sellers movies. Remember Pink Panther?
Yeah, all I heard
And
was
I'm
you
going to
wanna
give
wear
Dave a
bras.
big hug. Or El Ovni, I'm sorry. Give El Ovni a big hug with my Madonna bra. Take him out.
Why do you want to
secret
wear
spy
ladies'
style.
underwear, Tim?
Well, it's secret spy style. Secret spy style.
SOR wants to know why you're into cross-dressing.
It's Pink
I mean,
Panther.
do what you want to do. I mean,
All right.
that's probably the least controversial thing that happens on the show.
You guys have never got into any spy stuff. Okay, I get it. The last thing I'm going to do is dress like me if I'm going to take out El Ovni.
That's true. Let's dress like Borat.
What do you think? I have the shuttle now, and I've added bunny ears.
Yeah, I was wondering all the places you managed to fit that.
I did add the bunny ears, I have to admit. Oh man, I have too much time on my hands. But yeah, Dave, did you have anything that you wanted to throw at RG?
Anything
Kind of-
for today, or I'm joking.
Well, I'm just very curious in regards to, you know, are we seeing a, you know, look, ufology is becoming a cesspool. It really is. And I think, you know, RG, you hit the nail on the head here when you said that, you know, there's a lot of infighting going on. Is that something that the government operatives within this field would want, is infighting and raging like that, so that way there is... Well, I'm just asking because I don't know. And if they do want that, why would they want that?
Misinformation. And here's the thing, you're going to laugh when I tell you this. They don't care about you and Tim and your audience. They're not out to deceive you guys. Okay, so let me make that clear. If there's any counterintelligence going on, they want you guys to spread, and again, this is if they're doing it. Okay, so quotes, if they're doing that. If people are misinforming you, misleading you, the goal is for you to be believable enough that our enemies will believe you guys. You get what I'm saying? Because if we're trying to hide something, then they don't care about Dave Scott knowing the truth, because there's nothing you're going to do about it. What they care about is one of our adversaries, even if there is real, let's go, I mean, obviously I'm talking about secret stuff, but let's say hypothetically we actually knew about aliens. That's still a tactical advantage if they don't, right? If we know about some kind of technology, even if we haven't figured it out yet, we don't want to let them know we even have it. So the race is on to misinform. And the government can't come out and say, we have nothing. And they're like, oh, well, they said they had nothing. Cool. What they want to do is they started with social media. They started within organizations. I'm sure it's in MUFON. I'm sure it's everywhere. Misinformation starts with real people because then it's believable. If it's your brother and your neighbor, you're going to believe it. You're not going to believe the guy doing the press conference, right? So it starts there, and then it spreads from there, and then it becomes viable in the consciousness of society, or groups at least, like small groups, and then larger groups. And people are like, well, MUFON, that's an authority. SOR, that's an authority on the subject. They got their shit together. We can trust them. If they say this is a thing, it's a thing. But if it's the wrong thing, you're helping them do their job. You see what I'm saying?
I get that. And so basically it's a game of tic-tac-toe or Connect 4.
I like Chutes and Ladders better, but yeah.
That works too. That works too. No, I guess, and I understand that. You know what? I do understand that.
So I don't think it's this big conspiracy to mislead all the people. I think a lot of what's out there is just not real. And the reason they don't come out and say it one way or the other is because speculation helps cover when there is something they need to cover. So it's just an easy, plausible deniability / still viable / makes our job a lot easier. So why make it more difficult?
Do you think that there's potentially a conspiracy in our media even to divide this community with really hard left and righters on this? Where
100%. Well, I mean, just look at anything in media. No, the word media doesn't even exist anymore, to be honest. It's just become an entertainment thing. Like when you got guerrilla street reporters and, you know, people bringing you more accurate reports of what's going on around the world with their freaking iPhone, then you get in syndicated broadcasts. That's a problem, because all media is now is whoever's paying the bills, and I mean by that, who owns it and what advertisers are paying for that platform, whatever story they want told. And that's the focus, whether it's right-leaning, left-leaning, you know, what have you. Some of it's even like, I don't want to say anarchist, but some of it's pretty crazy out there, right? Like, depending on who you follow.
Yeah.
So it's literally the motivation of who owns it and what money is driving it. And so, yeah, why wouldn't that also infiltrate into ufology? If there's money involved, somebody wants it, right? And some people value that more than truth. A lot of people would, actually, and if we're being real about it in the real world.
how do you respond when big media calls witnesses and experiencers liars directly in the whole community? Part of the problem when it comes to the reality of things in our skies that need to be attended to by our military and our government, and we shouldn't be wasting our time on UFO and things floating around in our skies that aren't real.
It's tough, man. It's tough because you call someone a liar, normally you have to prove it. But it's like, what I've seen in this subject, in this field so far, is literally just the accusation is enough to destroy a reputation. There doesn't even have to be a substantiation. And the reason for that, if they're like, hey, if we're gonna have faith and believe that UFOs and or extraterrestrials are real, then it's like almost anything that's possible now has teeth, or at least gets considered. And you don't need like you go to court, right? And you need beyond a reasonable doubt, right? So the threshold here for evidence in ufology and alien stuff is a lot lower. And that's good in a way, because maybe I didn't have a phone with me, I didn't have a camera, but trust me, 100% happened to me, right? And you want to at least give that guy the benefit of the doubt. But then now I go, no, I was on the other side of the street, that guy's full of shit, but I also don't have any evidence. You know what I mean? So
Right.
It's like, if we're going to lower the threshold for experiencers, then unfortunately the threshold is lower for accusers.
But at the same rate, isn't it fair to ask for evidence and proof of something like this at this point?
I think so. You know how I roll. I'm skeptic. You got to show me something.
Me
It
too.
doesn't have to be exact picture, but you got to get me close. You got to get me close to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
Right.
I don't think we need to throw out the baby with the bathwater. I still 100% appreciate people that come forward with just the experience. but I don't think that it moves us forward as much as proof. At this point, I think we're ready for proof and evidence, and so I think the new demand is for that, and I'm behind that actually in lots of ways. Now, I don't demand it, and I'm not calling someone a liar just because they don't have proof. But
Correct.
I think we are at a place now in this discussion where you need to come with something, I think, if you're going to bring it to us, right? You need to have something, a picture, something, just some data. Otherwise, it's just more anecdotal story, which doesn't really help. I mean, and I hate saying that because, you know, I only have a story with one of my experiences. But you know what? I don't actually talk about that one. I only talk about the ones that I have photographs or some evidence for. But that's just because I feel like that's where we're at. Do you agree with that, Dave?
Well, Tim, the only problem is your evidence in today's ufology is only good for you.
Right.
It's
Good
not good
point.
for anybody. So I mean, this is, you know, I hate to sound like a broken record or an idiot about this. Okay, but this is where I keep saying, show me proof. What is proof? Show me proof of what proof is, because everything in this field gets shot down. Now, Tim, I know you personally. I believe the stuff you caught. Okay, is that good enough for me? Sure. But for some of these people within ufology now, the way that the rats are hunting the rats, it doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yeah.
Your videos, your photographs doesn't mean anything. And when I see all these people go nuts over what proof is, please explain to me what proof is.
Well, if I was to surmise a guess, and from what I can tell from organizations that are on this, it's a body of evidence that we're trying to build, right? And so, from what you can kind of tell from the work of like Ted Rose's organization, for example, they're categorizing and then building evidence within each category to prove their theories. They don't have any answers, and they're not working towards any specific answer. They're just collecting evidence under each category, like orbs.
Collecting evidence.
Here's our evidence. Yeah,
But
like
you take that evidence and you show it to some people within our community, they are going to tear it up and shoot it down because that's exactly what their job is,
Right.
or that's exactly what they like to do. Whether they believe it or not is irrelevant. Okay, so if everything gets shot down, if we're not allowed to trust military eyewitnesses, we're not allowed to trust government eyewitnesses, we're not allowed to trust people who have anecdotal stories, we're not allowed to trust any video out there, we're not allowed to trust any audio or any photograph, what is proof?
Well, what do you do with something like this? This is a book that's written by Richard F. Haynes, Dr. Richard Haynes. He works with Ted Rowe, and these are the guys that created NARCAP, and they're advisors to the AIAA. So this was a book that was written by Dr. Haynes, who's a major advisor on that community, on that committee. And within this are 242 case files exposing what they're calling alien contact. Now, I've made some notes in here, and a lot of this is conjecture, right? Because they're using a lot of assumptions in some of the wordage. But once you get past that, you get into the actual case files, and what they are actual case files with notes from the people that have already studied it, such as Jacques Vallée or whoever was on each case file. Wouldn't you consider evidence from CUFOS and some of the legacy programs that have files like this that also have physical evidence? All of the work that's being done by David Marlar, collecting evidence in case files, isn't that a massive historical database of evidence that should be absolutely shared and considered evidence?
Should be.
Well, I guess you were asking me what proof looks like. I would have to say something along those lines, no?
Yeah, but it's all to the discrepancy of the reader, the viewer, the researcher, and the critic.
Right.
There is no 100% anymore.
There's no standardized criteria. That's the bottom line. There's no standard criteria that everybody agrees upon. And because that doesn't exist, each moment, each story, each element of this entire subject becomes subjective, and it always will be.
That was a
and
really
look,
good answer. Actually.
I'm a very open guy. If somebody comes up to me, you know, like, and it'll happen in Vegas, where somebody will come up to me and they will say,
"Grab your ass,
Dave.
Oh, sorry.
I've never told this story before, but I'm going to tell you this story about what happened to me." I'm going to believe it. Okay, because I know they're telling me in confidence. Some people, it's going to be harder for others than others to tell. Right? We're just the faces of the people, the voices of the people. That's all we are. Right?
And I'm the faces of the rejects.
I'm the same way. When people tell me a story, I believe them, because I don't see people really making stuff up in this category. It doesn't behoove anyone to come out with a story like this. No one's making these stories up, right? I mean, personally, from my experience, I've never had somebody just come up and give me a story that was obviously fake. Like, that just didn't seem to happen so far. And I don't always, well, I haven't come across that. But I mean, I'm sure it exists, and I would have to say there's probably a percentage, but most of them seem like they're people that have had an experience that they couldn't explain. I'm not saying it was ET, but it was
There
just
has to be a percentage of people, though, like, that they just are lonely or want attention or perhaps have mental illness. Like, that's a real thing. You can't just automatically say everything is legitimate. Like, you have to have your own, whatever your criteria is, you still need to have something.
Right.
That's like, hey, that sounds ridiculous. Like, there has to be a level, even though you want to believe and you're knee deep in the woo, there's got to be some things that you hear where you're just like, all right.
Right, but it can even be an alien contact story, and I believe that that experience was real to them. Like, it may not have been in a realm that I understand, but to them it was real, even if it was a consciousness only sort of thing. And I get that. Now, would I take that to the bank as being like, hey, aliens are real? No. But it doesn't make their story any less interesting. And if I hear someone else on the other side of the planet have the same experience, now I start to wonder a little bit, right? And it's those sort of things where you're just like, you know, is it the conscious collective making some of those connections, or is it a reality that I'm not aware of? And it starts to really make you wonder. And this is where the lines start to get a little bit gray, and you can't just cross off everybody as a kook or as being disturbed, right? And so the more I realize that, the more I'm like, oh, I know nothing about this. The more I learn, the more I know nothing, because it's just so much of this and that. There's no one correct answer, and I don't think there's any one aspect of the phenomenon happening at once, right? It's just really quite overwhelming. But the fact is, I'm not looking for evidence from everyone for me to believe them. But I think the times, if you're going to go public with something, you're going to have some evidence of something more than just your story, because otherwise you're subjecting yourself to the wolves. And even with your evidence, you still are. And I've got plenty of photographs and video and images of stuff that I've just thrown away that could be UFO, but I was just like, it's not worth, you know,
the scrutiny,
going through it, because it's already questionable to me.
Right.
And so I know, you know.
So to a non-believer, you're going to get eaten alive.
Right. But I also have stuff that I'm just like, this has got to be ours. Like, and I'm definitely not making that public. And then there's some stuff where I'm like, this is really interesting, and I know it's probably natural or whatever. And so I put that right up on YouTube, and I hope that people see that stuff and they're like, oh yeah, I guess orbs can actually just happen in nature. They're not necessarily ET or whatever. But there's something else, right? I think you can agree on, I can agree on. And it's super elusive. It's super elusive, hard to photograph. Anyone that gets an image of it either got lucky or has some incredible gear, because it's super hard to capture, for sure. At least the real UFO, from my research at least.
And on that note, we're going to call it the night, because old Davey's got to get to bed.
Cool.
Get to work in the morning.
Thanks for keeping us up. This was fun.
It's nice to see random guy around again.
Hey, I'm gonna go see the Oilers play tomorrow, the Golden Knights. So thanks for having me.
Nice. My Oilers are gonna shit kick him.
They probably will. The Knights have been shit at home, so
yeah.
I'm in Vegas for the week, so I'll have fun. I'll send pictures.
Please do.
All right, I'll see you guys.
All right. Thank you, random guy. Thank you, little Timmy Senor. Can you give us the old finger?
Oh, I'm going to give you the finger, buddy. Are you going to send me out? You send me out.
All right. See you later there, Timmy Senor.
You didn't do it.
What am I supposed to do?
Oh, you usually boot me.
All right. There he goes. Gone. Thank you tonight to Cat Chaser with a hat trick of super chats. Random Guy, Nero, Derek, Dry Toast, Kira, Pam, Jenny, Nancy, Monica, and Deb. Jenny, I did not get your message on Instagram. I did look for it. Did you send it to my personal account or the radio show account? Because I don't have the radio show account hooked up here. That's run by Cat. So you have to send it to my personal account. Excuse me. Tomorrow night on the show, we're going to get more into the woo. Serious woo. Let's talk to some aliens with Costa Macraeus. First time he'll be on the show. So we'll be doing that tomorrow night. I got a new theme to say goodnight to all of you guys. So we'll see you later.
Is that it?
As a digital identity in metaverse.
Quit. Bam.
Hmm.